Good afternoon. We are getting closer to the final of the 2014 Dafabet World Snooker Championship. 4 players are dreaming of lifting snooker's most coveted prize. And this is the story so far.
So the first of our semi-final gets underway. O'Sullivan, defending champion, against Barry Hawkins, a repeat of last year's final. But it was the defending champion who got off to a flyer.
Oh, he's played that very well.
But Barry Hawkins matched it, and even more, with a wonderful 96 break in frame 2, 1-all.
Very well played indeed.
Hawkins edges ahead 2-1, and in frame 4, a horrendous kick on a red into the corner pocket could have been a turning point in this match. O'Sullivan does what he does best, clears the pink to level at 2-2. After the interval, it was a continuation of bad luck and a succession of missed easy pots from Barry Hawkins. Allows his opponent to gain lots of momentum.
Oh, what a shot.
And from then on, it was the Ronnie O'Sullivan show as he took the remaining 4 frames of the session to go into this morning with a 6-2 lead.
Well, what a second semi-final we have in prospect. The world number 1, Neil Robertson, versus the world number 3, Mark Selby. It started very, very cagey. Mark Selby took the first frame with a break of 65.
Really is one of the best match players in the game.
Well, as you would expect, the world number 1 came back to win the next 2 frames, albeit looking slightly out of sorts.
Just a plain ball run through. That is perfect. Can you believe it?
Then Selby reeled off the next 4 frames, including a magnificent break of 1-3-3.
Have a look at this shot. He wants to pot the lot.
Well, trailing 5-2 was essential to Robertson to stay close in this match, and boy did he do it with a century of his own.
Exhibition time.
So Mark Selby going to the second section of this match, leading by 5 frames to 3.
Well, Barry Hawkins, I thought, Stephen, he got off to an excellent start in this match against Ronnie O'Sullivan, and then all of a sudden he got a couple of horrible kicks.
Yeah, well, this was in the 4th frame. He'd won the 2nd and 3rd frames with 1 score and visit, and looked to do the same again here.
Yeah, Ronnie cleared up in that, and the most hurtful one, I think, was the second kick into the middle pocket.
This was a killer blow. I mean, he's trying to get back to 3-3. He'd made a fantastic break up to that point.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, later on in the session, probably the most hurtful shot from him, from a mistake point of view.
We all know chasing Ronnie O'Sullivan is pretty difficult, and I think Barry's head was a bit scrambled after the bad luck he'd had previously.
Now, the Mark Selby-Neil Robertson match, Mark Selby got off to a cracking start, he really did, and until this misread along the top cushion.
Yeah, you've got to avoid hitting the first knuckle in these shots, which he did there, but Neil went on to make a fantastic clearance to win the frame.
Neil went 2-1 in front, but he finished the session the stronger of the 2, Mark Selby. He really did show that he was on form. Who knows what is going to be in the second session?
Yeah, he looks determined, really determined to get to his second world final.
Really tough call, this match. Mark Selby, of course, won the Masters in 2013 against Neil Robertson. Robertson is the current UK champion, beat Mark Selby in the final in York. OK, a very busy programme for you this afternoon. This is what's coming up. He's looking to complete a hat-trick. We'll have the best of the action from Ronnie O'Sullivan's semi-final match with Barry Hawkins. But the Hawk has only beaten the Rocket once. That was way back in 2002, and he is struggling. World number 1, Australian record breaker Neil Robertson resumes his match against Mark Selby. We'll see that at 2:30. Selby out for revenge after losing the UK Championship final. Florian Kohler will be here with his mind-boggling trick shots. He is amazing. And stand by for Richard Osman and today's potless question. We'd like you to get involved. But we start with the match between Barry Hawkins and the defending champion Ronnie O'Sullivan. This, of course, a repeat of last year's final at the Crucible, which O'Sullivan won. Some key stats to show you. After the first 4 frames, the score's at 2-2. Look at the pot success. Barry Hawkins on 90%, Ronnie O'Sullivan on 92%. The boys showed what happened when Barry Hawkins had that kick in frame 6. It had an effect on his game, because look at the pot success. It's gone down to 74%. Ronnie O'Sullivan maintains his pot success on 92%. And then everything was happening to Barry Hawkins then between frames 9 and 10. Just look at the pot success now. It's gone to 50%. Ronnie O'Sullivan has gone up to 96. We'll show you what happened in frame 11 this morning. O'Sullivan to play, 9 points ahead.
Well, Ronnie's left a pot to the right corner, but what a superb length of cue ball, and that's the problem for Barry coming to the table. If he could get his hand on the table, he'd knock this red in, no problem whatsoever. But tight under the baulk cushion, different matter. Well, he's given it plenty of thought. It looks like he's taking this pot on. If he does, he needs to get it. It's very dangerous. No, he's played the safety. But he had to be very, very thin.
Foul and a miss. Ronnie O'Sullivan, 4.
Ronnie may not have it replaced because... Oh, yes, he is doing. He just sees it as a very difficult safety shot for Barry. The only reason I thought Ronnie may not have it replaced, there was a chance with him, with his hand on the table, to pot this red that Barry's trying to play thin off. We'll get a warning now.
Foul and a miss.
I'd come around and have a look at the possible plant now, Johnny. He did have a glance at it, but he's got to hit a red now, otherwise he loses the frame. I mean, Ronnie can take that red on, as you mentioned, and he probably will this time. Because there is a path round the back of the black, you would feel.
Yeah, the thing is with that plant we looked at, you'd have to hit the first red on the right-hand side as the player looks at it to push the second red to the left, and there's no way at the moment from this angle, but you can pot the loose red. Ronnie fancies it now.
One.
Nicely controlled positional shot. Give a little bit extra so he'd be on baulk colour. Didn't want to risk everything by trying to get a nice angle on the blue.
I do love that side-on shot. It shows you how long the snooker table is. You know, it's 12 foot by 6 foot, and sometimes it looks smaller on the television, but that side-on shot shows you exactly how big the table is in comparison to the player. I think people, when they come to the Crucible for the first time, they say, oh, I didn't realize the table was so big. Well, look at this shot. And he's not straight, he can get out on the black.
Yeah, I thought he was going to be unlucky at first, didn't you? He just flicked the red, but the red just bounced back off the cushion. If we look at this, he didn't want to knock this red tight to the cushion, but it went to the cushion, but bounced out, and as you say, then, he's got the perfect angle. Now, you could definitely think about playing this plant because, as I say, if you hit the, as Ronnie will look at it, if you hit the first red on the right-hand side, it'll push the second one to the left, and they're so close together it can be made quite easily. Might decide to save it for an emergency.
11.
Come a little bit straight on this red to the left middle. You'd like to more of an angle, so in potting it, he could get on the blue but be a little bit further away from the cushion.
12.
But that's where he's so good, isn't it, Dennis? He plays his little stun run through just to widen the angle, makes it look so easy, but you know, you've got to have a good touch to play them. Well, this plant will be no more because the red, the left hand of the two reds,
7.
that's the one he's played on. Think he may have to go back up for the blue. Don't think he can play for the black off this.
18.
He didn't get into that one at all. He won't be happy with that. It's difficult now. Look at the cue power he's generated there. What a shot this is. I mean, he made that look easy. That was so difficult from that angle.
23.
All the top spin inside on it, sent it right around the table. That's a little beauty. Just looking at the tip, sometimes the little fibers are just, you can see it when you look down the cue. Have a little
24.
bit of very fine sandpaper just to smooth the edges of the tip.
A little smile there from Ronnie. Just overhit that a little bit, but to the extent he may decide to play the cannon here. If he played the cannon on the pink, he'd still leave the red to the right middle. So you wouldn't have to play it with a lot of pace, but if you got the cannon on the pink, he'd have a red to the right middle. He's in the position where he thinks there's enough loose reds, don't really have to go into them hard and trust to luck. So control cannon. Well, in the end, he decided to play it with pace. And the question, well, he's got a red to the right corner. He'd be slightly hampered queuing.
29.
Didn't want to risk just playing the cannon on the pink. As long as he keeps control of this red, I think it's the one on the extreme right of the table. I don't think he can get through to the one he was looking at there. So just get, well, he cues it so nicely, doesn't he? Awkward cueing it appeared, but no problem.
30.
And now you wouldn't expect him to not take full advantage of this opportunity. This looks like another frame that Barry Hawkins, he's not going to get much of a chance in.
35.
It's hard for him at the moment.
36.
And I think what you alluded to as well, he's only just a great potter break builder. It's just Ronnie's tactical game can freeze players out. You know, I mean, you say that about Steve Davis. You'd never have said that about Stephen Hendry, for example, would you? That his safety play would freeze a player out. Stephen was a potting machine, a break building machine, but Ronnie's got an all-round game that you felt even if he wasn't at his best, he could win matches.
Yeah, Stephen Hendry's great line used to be, he thought safety was overrated. But that was the way he played the game, and that was why he became one of the greatest cueists of all time. In fact, I thought he would remain the greatest cueist of all time, but I think Ronnie may just have overtaken him.
55.
Frame already safe.
56. 63. 64.
Well, he's just cueing so well here. He's back at his best. And he's doing what comes natural to him. He's made 7 centuries so far this year at the Crucible.
79.
This would be his 8th. And it would be 48 in
80.
total. We had 55 centuries last year here. Long way short of the, I think the record's 80 or 81 in the
85.
but this has been
87.
flawless.
90.
He looks very, very comfortable out there this morning.
'94. 99.
Century number 8 for Ronnie O'Sullivan. And that is Ronnie's 8th century in this year's World Championship. The rocket is on fire at the moment, and he extends his lead even further. He now leads 9 frames to 2.
Sheer brilliance from the Rocket this morning at the Crucible. Let's show you what happened in the next frame. It's Hawkins to play, leading by 14.
That tells you, I mean, I've seen him miss very few shots with the rest, but it's just the situation that's caused that.
Thank you.
He knows the way the reds are. It's not easy to get onto a colour, and the pressure on that pot was just too much because he knew he was sticking Ronnie in. And Barry knows only too well if Ronnie gets this positional shot correct to start with, he can get onto the black for the same pocket.
One.
He didn't play to cannon the red, that's for sure, but he'll take that. He was just playing to miss that red and get nicely on the black, but the cannon has worked out okay. It'll need a delicate little cannon here to keep the white in amongst the reds. But as John alluded to in one of the earlier frames, with this type of shot, with screw, the easier you hit it, the more angle you can make. He's not quite sure if he can hold for the middle of the 3 reds there that are in a line, if he could catch the middle one, but he couldn't. He had to play the other, and just, if this one goes in the right corner, he's okay. If it doesn't, he's out of position.
8.
It's amazing, you can put the white right in amongst the reds and you're not on a pot. The only possible pot is the one up into the corner, and he's right on top of that. Well, this is tough to judge because he's quite close to it. Oh, he's got it.
Yes, and as we're showing you in that super slow, good clean strike of the ball. Well, a little bit straight on this red, maybe. Just got to force it this side of the baulk line to be on a baulk colour. Oh, just enough angle to do that. In fact, that good an angle, he was able to play for the blue and played it inch perfect. Great chance now for Ronnie. You'd be very surprised if he didn't get enough to get to the snooker's required stage, the way the reds are spread. Black available into both corners, and he'd love to get on that red just to the left of the black sooner rather than later. And then that just clears a path from both sides of the table to get on the black. And I would suggest very, very worrying times for Barry Hawkins, this. He was looking for a good start this morning.
29.
He's not got it. There'll be a mid-session interval after this
30.
frame. I know he does a lot with Terry Griffiths. Terry will have to work some magic.
Because if Ronnie goes on to win this frame, it'll be 9 frames in a row.
37.
In fact, Barry Hawkins has only managed to score 9 points this morning because he's had very little chance. He's let that one slip. That would annoy him slightly.
45.
I don't think it's in line for the pocket to plant, but because he played such a poor positional shot, he might take it on. He did, and it's there.
46.
And of course, that's the difference. Ronnie playing with all the freedom that you can go for anything. Barry Hawkins has not got that luxury.
I mean, if he can go on to win this match quite comfortably, Ronnie, and it looks like he's going to do that, I'm just thinking the other semi-final, Mark Selby and Neil Robertson, they're going to have such a battle, and he's certainly going to be fresher than his opponent will be, but there's still a long way to go, but he's certainly on his way into the final. Is the defending champion.
54.
Just a quick glance at the scoreboard. Well, there you go. Ball spotted this session. 100, well, 101 now, Ronnie. Just 5, Barry Hawkins. One-sided or what?
59.
But that's the nature of snooker. And he had a couple of chances early on this morning, Barry. He wasn't able to make them count.
60.
And then before you know where you are, particularly with a talent like Ronnie O'Sullivan, before you know where you are, the first 4 frames are over and you've lost them. So now 51 points the lead, 67 remaining.
65.
Red, colour red required.
66.
If he's straight on this pink, it's not a formality. After the pink, pink will put him 58 points in front, 59 remaining. Couldn't be straighter. The next red is not a certainty.
Just reckoning the score up, it doesn't give you the running total. You've got to work it out yourself, and sometimes, especially early in the morning, sometimes your brain's a little bit scrambled.
I don't know about you, Dennis, this early in the morning I had a problem seeing the scoreboard.
72.
Just the red needed.
And there is that red that John mentioned. I mean, he's brilliant with his right hand. He's brilliant with his left hand. And he's not too
78.
shabby with the rest. There's not many weaknesses.
Yeah, I'm always
79.
amazed how good he is with the rest, because, as you say, he doesn't use it often, does he? Well, he's okay. He didn't expect the cannon, but he's just about on this red.
87.
Possible back-to-back centuries. He's on fire is the rocket.
$93. 94.
In fact, he'll go ahead of Neil Robertson. This will be his 9th century.
Well, it is absolute pleasure to watch. It really is. You feel for Barry Hawkins,
103.
but it's just tremendous snooker. And not only the potting and the break building, the safety, the match play side of it. That's what's really put lots of pressure on Barry Hawkins. Well, the brown doesn't go in, but that won't matter to Ronnie. He'll be going back to the dressing room. Disappointment once again for Barry Hawkins. The rocket got a skip in his step. He's won all 4 frames and now leads by 10 frames to 2.
Yeah, we saw him against Sean Murphy earlier in the week in one of those moods. The Rocket definitely in one of those moods today. Somebody who was watching in the Crucible early this morning was this man. It's Paul Hollywood. How are you, Paul? Nice to see you.
Nice
welcome,
to meet you. Hello.
welcome to our studio here. You're in the audience there today. Do you enjoy
Yes, I thought it was fantastic. I'd love to see Ronnie, on full chat. And it's been a bit stop and starty, but he's still, hugely in front. But I can see Barry coming back.
Yeah.
You can sort of smell that on the horizon.
It is one of the great British sights, isn't it, in sport, when you see Ronnie O'Sullivan in full flow.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think I had no idea. Most of the time, all the time, I've watched it on television. But actually, when you're there, how small the Reds are in comparison. They look huge on the television. Then you realise how the speed of this cloth as well is just incredible.
Dennis Taylor was saying in commentary earlier when they cut up a shot of you, you're a big snooker fan. So did you play?
I used to. When I was in most of the hotels I worked, I had a snooker table. So when in between bakes, I'd run in there and sort of have a few. But I'm a pool man. I used to play pool a lot.
Yeah.
But then when I had to go snooker, the angles were so different. I mean, they were 5 inches away. What I thought this is a show on this one, and then bang away it went. Totally freaked me out. I mean, after a while of playing, you sort of start to get it. My break's only 28, but it was something I really enjoyed. I'll probably do it again. I must get back into it again.
By the way, we are calling this part of the programme the Great British Break-Off. You see what I've done there?
Fair enough.
You see what I've done there? You see what I've done there? That's worth a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, I think. There we are. But what's your highest break then?
28.
28.
28.
Right, okay.
But that was 20 years ago when I was playing quite regularly.
Hey, so look, what are you doing? You're in Sheffield, just come to see us today?
Yeah, I'm on tour at the moment, so I was here last night, so I'm on my way to Wolverhampton later today, and then I'm sort of travelling around the country at the moment, so I'm thoroughly enjoying myself.
So what is this? This is some sort of Q&A, or are you doing live
Well,
demos?
it's a demonstration, basically. I'm out there teaching, I'm doing 4 recipes, and I'm getting people on stage, and I'm setting them a challenge, and then the audience have got to judge them. So it's very interactive with the audience, but we do have a giggle. I think I've just come back from Scotland yesterday. It was crazy up there, but it was fantastic fun.
Great fun. So you actually pick people from the audience to come up on stage?
Yes. Yeah.
That must be pretty nerve-wracking, not just for you, but for them.
I'm with Alex Boardman, who's a comedian, who's the warm-up guy that goes on before me, and I use him a lot more. I just say, go out there and go and find 4 people, please.
So you're at Wolverhampton.
Wolverhampton tonight.
That means you can't go to the afternoon session?
No, unfortunately. I saw as much as I could this morning. I'll take that vision away of the frames I saw this morning. I thought it was fantastic. I can't wait. I'll catch up tonight then when I get back.
Good. Highlights tonight, BBC 2.
I'll be there.
Hey, listen, we've got a little treat for you.
Okay.
Thanks for coming in. We've got the one and only, the legend, Mr. Steve Davis coming in. Here he is, ladies and gentlemen. Give him a round of applause. Here comes Steve.
Jason.
Yes.
First thing to say is it's so refreshing, Paul, to hear somebody who's not lying about their highest break. Usually when you say to what's your highest break, they go, oh, well, I made a 70 once. But that is so refreshing and very honest as well. The situation here, we've got, it's only fair and a tradition that any guests that come into our studio, they must play a shot.
Okay.
Okay, so I've got one here in the oven I prepared earlier. See what I did there?
I did see it.
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks very much. Yeah, okay. Okay, so here's the situation. Take a look at the table. Your opponent's snookered you behind the yellow.
Right.
There's a nice red over the pocket. The reds are all scattered, but you can only see the one red, really.
Yeah.
So what you're going to have to try to do is to pot a red in one shot. I'm not going to say any more than that, other than perhaps that little bit of a tip I gave you earlier. So
Yeah, okay.
a full, strong whack at that centre red there, and a red in the middle pocket. Congratulations. Congratulations.
And maybe I should pick it up again.
Yeah. Very good. So who's your money on then? Who's going to win the World Championship, Paul?
I think Selby's going to do quite well. I can see a Selby, Ronnie O'Sullivan final. I think Ronnie's getting better and better as each frame goes through. I think Ronnie's going to take it again.
Really good to see you, Paul. Thank you very much for
Thanks
coming
very
in.
much,
Thanks a
Steve.
lot. Good luck
Thank
in
you very much.
Wolverhampton tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank
You did have a great weekend. That's it then. Let's go back then to Barry Hawkins taking on Ronnie O'Sullivan into frame 13. O'Sullivan to play.
Oh, a rare mishit from Ronnie as he got away with it. It's amazing there's a half chance, but once he played the poor shot, you would have thought he would have had something easier than this to go at. This red passes the blue up into the corner, but under the circumstances, when you've been kept off the table, look at that, 32 minutes and 25 seconds and counting since his last pot. You'll get a great cheer if this goes in. Well played. Oh, Andy got a kick. Did you see how the white jumped in the air there? Come on, Barry, let's see if you can knock a few in. He'll be trying so hard here. He's lost 9 frames in a row. I think everyone would love Barry to win a frame.
Nine. Ten. $50.
Just under hit this.
Thank you.
And he's
60.
got one of those twits in between. Not straight enough for the far right corner. A little bit thin on the one to the right middle, so he's playing the far right corner, but needs every due care and attention, this. Well played. Reduces his arrears in this frame now to 5 points. So as you can see, the way the reds are situated, particularly that one tight to the right-hand side cushion, it's not going to be an easy opportunity to clinch the frame at this visit by any means. Well, if he plays the one that's just to the left of the pink, he could bring the pink into play, but I wouldn't risk that myself, and he's not going to, because what he wants now is good position on the blue. Trying to force an angle. And that's the problem, as we see so many times, when you're striking down trying to force it. Watch the cue ball leave the table, and that takes all the pace out of it. Playing it with a little bit of check side, but catching the green. This was the red he played on, the one to the left of the pink.
27.
Bit more difficult now, 1 point the lead.
Barry Hawkins, 27.
Back in the frame, but he moved all three reds there. Okay, this is a tough red to the middle pocket, but if it goes in, what a chance. Yeah, that was very difficult, and the cue ball's closer. Okay, Barry can cut this into the left middle pocket, but slightly awkward cueing. Just with his bridge hand, and he can just grip the pocket. That's all he can do there. Well done.
Yeah.
Looks like the yellow is going to be the best option as we show you that cut in again. He's hit it too hard.
But as we keep saying, Dennis, when you're not getting a lot of table time, you don't really necessarily get the pace of the table, and he's not had many opportunities this morning. He can just about cut this red in, but he needs to control the cue ball to be either on yellow or brown here. Well, got the unwanted kiss on the blue. Has it done him a favour? Maybe not too bad. He can pot the blue and may just have the angle to come up for this remaining red. And this looks pretty good to me. Excellent positional shot. Give himself a chance now. 10 points the lead. He won't need the awkward pink or the black.
Quick glance around at the scoreboard. He'll have worked out what he needs. Nicely played. A nice little nudge this time, and he deserves it, you'd have to say. Showing a lot of character here because he's lost 9 frames in a row. Well, he could have been better on the brown. He only needs the brown. He would have loved to have just had a nice straightforward pot. Well played, Barry Hawkins.
24.
That was lovely to see that. He's one of the nicest lads you could ever wish to meet. He encouraged the crowd to applaud more, and then he misses the blue. But Ronnie stays in his seat, and Barry Hawkins has stopped the rock.
I thought you nodded. Sorry, my fault.
Great to see Barry Hawkins smiling under real pressure this morning, his first frame of the day. Let's show you what happened in frame 14.
Thank you. Frame 14. Ronnie O'Sullivan to break.
Frame 14, this one and two more to complete this second session. And Barry Hawkins will be feeling a little bit better, having won the last frame. Needed a few opportunities. Whether he's going to get that every time or not, I wouldn't think so. But anyway, the frame's on the scoreboard.
If he hits the green full ball, he's okay. He's on the brown. A good long pot, so maybe he is feeling a little better, and he's got a chance now. That's the distance he had there, 8'2". But if he can pot this, he could go right into them. He needs a bit of good fortune, and he hasn't had it. I mean, that is so unlucky. To stick on that red and not finish with a pot is so unlucky. Now, he couldn't hit this any better, and that is rather unfortunate.
Yeah, for a split second he was on a red, and then the cue ball just drifted to that red it's closest to cut out that pot.
Barry Hawkins, 5.
But he played a good safety there. Put the disappointment of not being on a red behind him, which is what you've got to do. If Ronnie can't get to the red on the left-hand side of the table, coming down the right-hand side of the table, he's got to be a little bit careful of this red near the right-hand cushion. Much too thin. And that was a fortuitous kiss on the green. Otherwise, that cue ball would have come back down to this half of the table. Hit the safety that thin. Big mistake. Caught the safety all wrong. And sits down with an air of resignation. Can't give Ronnie chances like this.
One. Seven. Eight.
Yeah, this was the safety. I just hit it far too thin.
Play for a red to the
13.
right corner. Someone found a nice gap there to be on the pink. Quite interesting, when he played the red that just below the pink a few shots ago, he went up for the blue. You'd have thought he could have run off the side cushion, but Ronnie knows, and we talk about these bounces, if you can play position without coming off a cushion, just these little stuns and screws, then you just feel as though you got that little bit more control of the cue ball. Having said that, it's a little bit careless to not leave himself. He was playing for this red to the left corner, but he should have run through another couple of inches, so if he's not on it good, which he doesn't seem as though he is, he wouldn't have been hampered for this red to the left middle. Just cue to it.
21.
Just got an angle on the blue. In the black's out of commission at the moment. There you see a nice angle. Maybe just drop off the side cushion for that red on the right hand side of the table. Looks the most obvious red to play on. You see what happens when you use a cushion? You can just bounce off that little bit more than you expect.
26.
Didn't want to be using the extension on his cue here.
Thank you. 27.
Didn't hit the red cleanly into the pocket, just a little bit wide. That's why he's not as straight on the pink as he would have liked. Just went in off the jaw.
Yeah.
He's getting down to play the next shot pretty quick. That's usually a sign that he's happy with the angle, potting angle on the pink to be able to get on the next red. There was a choice of reds, these two reds, just to the right of the black.
33.
Gotta be careful though with the cue ball.
34.
Not perfect on this pink now. And didn't make the best job of that one.
40.
Yeah, he didn't really have a little wry smile there. He didn't get any side on that to square it up and just went straight towards the blue. And just a safety. But once again, he just gets down, plays the right shot and doesn't worry about running out of position.
Good cue ball. And made it very awkward cueing there for Ronnie. Ronnie has a 35-point lead, but this is a tough safety. Feels he can just cue past the green, but got to catch this red just right. Can he get past the blue to hit the right-hand side of this red? He's looking for the comfortable cueing, but can he get past the blue to hit this red thin enough? He could. Okay, not the best length, but believe me, when you're hampered like that, you're just pleased to get back to the balk end.
that is, look where the cue ball finished. Talking about a shot to nothing. You know, he took the red on, and now that he's potted it, he can put Ronnie in all sorts of trouble. And if he hadn't have potted the red, he still had a good cue ball. So he could run up behind the brown, but he feels that Ronnie may come off a couple of cushions, land on the red that's to the left of the black there. And that's what he's going to do. He was thinking of playing the green there, but oh, now that he's got so tight to the brown, Ronnie's going to have to find an alternate way around the table to that red. He can still do it off the baulk cushion. He's usually pretty good at spotting these sort of shots, but he's got to be so accurate with this. That's where he's going, around somewhere near those lines. That's pretty good. Not the red he intended to hit, and he's left a possible long red for Barry Hawkins, but depending on the angle, it might be worth taking this on. Looks good, right in the middle of the pocket. So Ronnie's great escape there didn't keep them safe. He just caught the wrong red when he went round the angles. This looks good.
6.
Still a couple of reds available. One to the right of the black will be on in a couple of shots' time.
A better angle on this red would have been better. Just has to do a little bit more work now with the cue boys. I mean, straight on this red, it'd been a formality just to pot it and be on the pink. I don't think he can risk playing for the black. So he's playing for the pink.
14.
And he's not got the right angle on the pink, so he needs to pull out a good pot here, and he's going to be playing this with a bit of pace. Makes the pink missable. But an excellent pot, and oh, that little rub on the black has not helped. It has not helped his situation. If he just misses the black, he'd have been inch perfect. Well, that was the problem. He just lost control on the red and wasn't perfect on the pink.
Not all that easy to get to where he wants to.
Barry Hawkins, 20.
And considering he was so close to the red, he'll be very disappointed with that safety. Should have been on the baulk cushion, not the baulk line. But it hasn't cost him. Comes to the table 14 points behind. You can see the big problem, that red that Ronnie missed, running up to the black.
1.
That red is going to be a big hurdle to overcome if he's any thoughts of winning the frame at this visit.
He's just gone a fraction too far to pot the pink and cannon the red and black. Can't do that from that angle. But that will be his plan if he could get a decent angle. And really, to get to the black and red, you'd have to do it off the pink. Blue would be no use, because the pink would be in the way of the cannon onto that difficult red and black.
Eight.
And if he's straight on the blue, he can't get on the red, so he may have to take the pink again. That's a good shot, very good shot. Oh, I just wonder if he's got the angle to screw this in and
14.
cannon the red and send the black over the pocket. Wow, this would be, well, he obviously hasn't got the angle because he's looking at the blue, but another fraction he could have potted that. If the white had been a little bit to the right, he could have screwed back and moved that black. Now he knows straight away, mishit that. No angle on the pink now, so he's got himself 1 point in the lead. He could take the 6 points and play a decent safety shot, or he could just refuse the pot. But I have to take the 6 points and then play a good safety.
Yeah, easy enough safety. Just making certain then he clips the red, that he doesn't
21.
send the black into the right corner. I'm sure he's well aware of that possibility. Yes, he was aware that the black was always going to go to the wide jaw, and he's played a very good cue ball here. He's got Ronnie snookered. And he's got a 7-point lead now as Barry. Good hit, needs to get it safe. Just about.
I think it will cut this. Or will he risk it? He just had a little think about it there. I didn't fancy the cut, you could tell by the little shake of the head. Needs to bounce. And it hasn't. Now, this is almost dead straight. This one requires perfect cueing. This is not easy. Wow. You were right down Ronnie O'Sullivan's cue there, and he delivered that in a straight line. What a pot. But key ball is that green.
Yes, he's not going to need the black. He's got a nice angle on this yellow, just to run off the side cushion for the green, but he needs a nice angle on the green, doesn't want to be straight.
7.
And played that with a lot of right-hand side. That's how confident he is, but, well, this green is still a tough shot. Now you can make it easier as Barry sits there having watched Ronnie knock in that wonderful last red. You can make it easier by playing for the brown into the middle pocket. Well, even then, the green was missable, and he gave it every chance. He did play for the brown into the middle pocket, and it stayed there. So Barry, points are all square. Needs up to
3.
and including the pink.
Could this be another boost for the very likeable Barry Hawkins? Just a funny angle. If he screws straight back, he could go in the pocket, so he doesn't want to screw it too much.
7.
Yeah, I always feel when you're making a clearance, the shot from brown to blue is important, but he doesn't need the black, so he should be okay. He should be on the pink.
12.
And that's just about perfect. So that green, just off the baulk cushion, found Ronnie out. And in goes the pink, so Barry Hawkins puts his second frame of the morning on the board. What a difference an interval can make. He was 10-2 behind. Those 2 frames have made it 10-4 to the reigning champion.
And that is the first time in this match that Hawkins has won 2 on the bounce since frames 2 and 3. Into the next, O'Sullivan to play, leading by 11 points.
Yeah, this was the situation. See, if he just leaves the white, screws it back a little bit, he would leave that red that he's now, well, he nearly potted that, but he was trying the double in such a way to get on the black and not leave the other red. But Ronnie missed that long pot by quite a margin. As I said, since the mid-session interval, where Ronnie made back-to-back centuries, he hasn't had many opportunities. That kicked. That got a heavy contact. You could see that red straighten up there. Not the best JV there.
No, he'd be disappointed to have left the chance of this red to the right middle. And you'd favour the right middle because he could then strike above centre on the cue ball. Yeah, if he gets an out well, he'll be a lot closer to the cushion than he would like, and, well, anything but straight. Looks to be straight enough.
They're tough enough, these, when you're closer to them. He's a bit further away, so needs good cueing just to snick that one in. Well played. He needs to pull up though. Oh, it's run on. He's still the correct side of the blue, but had it have pulled up a little shorter, he could have potted the blue and cannoned straight into the pink. I think the only way he can get into the reds is to power the blue in and go around the back of the black and into the bunch that way. I think that's the only way he can do that. Might be able to stun straight into it, but around the back of the black if they've got the right angle. And that's what he's done. And that's a pretty good effort.
Yeah, didn't catch the meat of the cluster, but he'd be quite happy that he's knocked one red on to continue it. In an ideal world, he'd like to play that red in the middle of the table, get a nice angle on the blue. Because there's only, well, the red in the middle of the table and the one that's closest to the cue ball, not the easiest ball to get on.
I think he was looking to see if he could leave an angle on the black to pot the black with the rest and get into the reds. And that's maybe what he's got in mind here. He's got the red over the right side of the table, but I mean, he could play a couple of shots in one here, maybe just try and get a cannon. If he hits the full ball, the red at the back is no good to him. So
do you not always feel though, Dennis, with this shot, if you're playing it with a lot of pace, which you want to be doing, it can swing the cue ball wide? That's the problem here. Can he get into the reds? Well, he did, but he's been very unfortunate at first glance.
Really was. I mean, he's one of the best I've ever seen using the rest, and he played that as well as he possibly could, and he's unlucky just to finish where he has.
Barry Hawkins, 20.
But he's done very well here, Barry Hawkins. From 10-2 down. The mid-session interval seems to have changed things slightly, and he's got 2 frames. Ronnie looked at the 2 reds. I don't think they're a plant. There may be. He's having another look to see if there's a plant, but I think the other red might be in the way. You see, I think the red that's in between that will prevent him from making the plant, so he's pointed the cue at it. He'll be playing the safety shot as well, but be interesting this. I don't think it's quite on. We'll soon find out. Well, in fact, he's taking the other red. He can get through to the one to the right, but boy, is this tough.
Well, I'll be honest with you, first glance I thought this looked as though it could be made into a plant. The thing is, he's got to catch the first red thick. I think this could go in. Needs to slow up short of the port line, and it has done, and he's on the green.
Well, in the end, it did go in. He looked at taking the more difficult red. He wasn't too sure if that other red was going to be in the way, and in the end, he's spread the reds perfectly, and he's on the green. So one good positional shot, and they're all there for the taking.
Four. Five.
Last couple of frames that Barry has won. The one after the interval took 28 minutes. Last one was in its 20th minute. That needs to slow down.
12.
Just struggling with the cue ball here, and it just shows you when the frames get a little bit scrappy and you just lose that fluency. And Ronnie with a tricky red here. Wouldn't fancy him to miss it normally. And
14.
well, played it such a way that he was either on the blue or the green. He may favour the green, just got a bit more control over the cue ball. If he plays the blue, he's going to have to play a little cannon on a red. The green, he can control the cue ball better.
Well, once again, we go back to Ronnie O'Sullivan and how focused
16.
he is. I mean, he didn't even bat an eyelid when he was a bit unlucky there. He came off the cushion, seemed to get a bit of a bounce there. We see the white coming across, and he would have been perfect, and all of a sudden he's landed on the red. Never batted an eyelid. Got down, cut that. Well, it was a difficult pot, but he cut it in the middle pocket and continues. So that shows you the focus that he has. A few years ago, well, has he done it again? He'll be even more annoyed this time because he's got no alternative.
24.
This time he just shows a little bit of frustration, which is quite understandable. But as I say, a couple of seasons ago, something like this would really upset Ronnie, but he's coping with things when they just don't go right, but that was a bit careless, that.
Yeah, I can only assume he played a little cannon on that red and just didn't get into the cue ball enough. But once again, as we see,
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 24.
took a few moments pause just to get over the disappointment of not winning the frame at that visit. A little rap of the knuckles on the table. Must hurt that, mustn't it?
Well, it did. Michael Holt, I remember, did that once. I think he broke his finger.
Yeah. At least it got him a nickname.
Yeah, Michael Holt competed in this year's World Championship. His nickname is the Hitman Holt. He went out to Mark Allen.
I think this red, second right of the pink, will go to the right corner. It was close, and he didn't want to flick the blue. Could have left this easier for Barry. But there's a few reds that will go to this right corner now. One good pot would give him a chance.
If he takes that pot, he can get around the back of the black. He won't be playing for the black back up the table, but that's the line he could take. Well, as I say, he's very good with the rest here. He's got to punch this yellow in and get right back up to the reds. Probably somewhere over the blue spot if he stuns it in off a couple of cushions. Now you can see him just passing the blue spot, and that's very well played. I think this man's as good as Jimmy White. I mean, we always said Jimmy was the best rest player we ever seen, but Barry's right up there. Might as well give it a little mention. Jimmy's staying on the main tour because of Dominic Dale and how well he played. It's kept Jimmy on the main tour. It looked like he was going to drop off.
Yeah, Michael Worsley had to beat Dominic, then Jimmy would have had to go back to Q school. Oh, Barry.
Barry Hawkins, 11.
Well, there we are, just idle gossip because we thought he was in and an unmissable red, and wow.
I think he got a kick, Jevy, there. I'm sure I've seen the red jump. Let's have another look at that when we get a chance. Have a look at the red. Yeah, it jumped.
Needs this cue ball to... Well, I thought he played it on and off the cushion. He's played it beautiful. He's got a perfect angle here. Just got to float this red in. Don't want to hit it with too much pace. Made it look easy, and have a quick look glance at the scoreboard as Ronnie's doing. He's 12 points leading. He's both these reds. May try and cannon one of them away from the side cushion. And that's what he's done. It's a good choice of shot, but this cue ball tight against the side cushion doesn't make this pot any easier. Two reds, two colours needed.
16.
Well, he didn't make it any easier, but he made it look so. Wonderful shot.
Well, I'm just wondering if that little bad contact on the red that Barry took on is going to cost him this frame. It looks like it.
24.
It's going to halt the mini comeback.
Yeah, the thing is, what we notice when we see these super slots, every time you strike a ball low and you hit it hard, the balls seem to leave the bed of the table, don't they?
29.
But yeah, when they bounce in, of course, they can be just thrown offline.
32.
So one more frame to be played after this. Barry Hawkins badly needs it.
36. $41.
Played with a terrific amount of side. Doesn't need the black, but he just wanted to play a little sort of exhibition type shot there. Wow, he's not bothered about that. That break of 47 stops the mini fight back by Barry Hawkins. Ronnie O'Sullivan takes the frame, and he now leads 11 frames to 4.
Thank you. The final frame of this session, Ronnie O'Sullivan to break.
So as you clearly heard, referee Leo Scullion telling us this is the final frame of the session. Barry Hawkins started this session 4 frames behind, 6-2. If he can win this frame and take it to 11-5, then, well, I think he'd settle for that. But as I said at the start of the session, he needed to start winning these 8 frames, you know, 5-3, just claws your way back. But he just can't close the gap enough. So if he loses this frame, he's lost his second session 6-2. If he wins it, this last frame, he'll have lost it 5-3. He's not making any inroads at the moment on Ronnie's lead. And another safety shot that hits the brown thumb in the face, leaves Ronnie onto the baulk line. Dangerous, dangerous thing to do.
Another Ronnie special there. Terrific long pot, almost 6 foot away from it, and Brown hampering him slightly. Cued it beautifully. Now where's this cue ball going to finish? It's not bad. If he can pot this and just flick the red that's near the black, he might need to play it with quite a bit of side.
This would be the shot that could set up a frame winning chance if this one goes right. No, that's the problem. You play with all that right hand side, when you're so close to the object ball, it will shove the object ball off to the left. That's the problem with playing the side. And the cue ball just, sorry, the object ball just dipped to the left immediately.
One. Six. Seven.
It's a very difficult table at the moment. The reds are okay, but the pink and black are awkward. He might be able to do something about it here when he pots the blue. Might just risk the cannon onto the pink and reds. Needs a little bit of luck. He's got a red to the right middle pocket.
12.
But that's really tied the black up now.
I was just thinking, if you were having a good day, that red and black would be a plan to knock the red in over the corner, wouldn't it? And that's not the case. So it's awkward queuing, but doesn't have to do a lot to be on the pink.
13.
Nicely played.
Talking in the last frame about how good Barry was with the rest, and I mentioned he was as good as one of the greatest players ever using the rest, Jimmy White, and believe it or not, it's Jimmy's birthday today. He's 52 and he'll be on the main tour
19.
next year, so happy birthday, Jimmy, and look forward to seeing you hopefully qualifying for the televised stages next season.
Well, he won't stop trying, that's one thing. He absolutely loves the game and still loves the practice and the playing. Because that's the hardest part
20.
when you get to a certain age. Not being out here, this is the icing on the cake. It's going to the snooker club and putting those 4 or 5 hours practice a day.
Yeah, and when you mention that, I think that's the hardest thing for Ronnie O'Sullivan. I mean, he loves to run.
25.
He finds the practice quite difficult, but you have to do it no matter how much talent you have.
$26.
Big frame for Barry. I mean, 11-5, first to 17. You know, we would have a slight chance, you'd have to say. But at 12-4, it would be an awful long way back.
Yeah. Justified applause. Good positional shot. Pink's available into the same pocket as the red.
42.
He'd love to get the black into play, but he's 22 points in front at the moment. Pink will put him 28 points in front. Well, the reds, he may be able to clinch this frame without those two reds either side of the black. I think he had a thought in his mind here that pot the red over the pocket with the other red and hold for the pink. He didn't want to play it too hard because he wants the red that he's hitting onto the red over the pocket to stay in the jaws. Should be able to do that, although it's not right over the middle, is it? But yeah, nicely played.
Thank you. 39.
He's just looking to see if that red will pass the black, because his plan would be the red, the pink, get on that red next to the black, cannon the other red and bring the black, and he can do that. He's already thinking 3 or 4 shots ahead, so that shot will be available to him. In fact, it's available to him now, especially if the black will pass the red that's over the pocket. So nice little cannon here.
45.
Play it with a little bit more screw so that you're on the black. Yeah, nicely played.
46.
Well, he'll be very disappointed if he doesn't win this frame now.
It's 36 in the lead. And showing a lot of character here is Barry. He's battling away out there.
53.
Nicely played. 54. He screwed that back in such a way he would have black or pink, and it's the one that gets him to the two reds. As we show you the shot again, the two reds available into the same pocket that he just potted that one.
Yeah, the only thing is, can he run through here and avoid a kiss on that red just below the black? Well, if he cues it well, he can. But in an effort not to hit it too hard and widen the angle, that's why he's finished short.
61.
So he's not perfect on this red. There you see it, 51 ahead, 67 remaining. Red, colour red, still needed.
It wobbled its way into the pocket, that one.
Didn't sound the best of contacts, did it? But as you say, wobbled its way in. Pocket just about accepted it. But he's still looking for the colour and one more red. This blue will put him 57 points in front with 59 remaining. Pressure on this. But in it goes, and he's controlled the cue ball nicely. So just this red needed.
57.
And in it goes. Well played, Barry Hawkins. After losing the first 4 frames this morning, was getting very concerned for him, but he's shown his battling qualities, and he's won 3 of the next 4. Still loses a session, 5-3, and he needed to at least level the session, you felt, or win
74.
it, but at least he's taking something out of it.
75.
Be nice for him to make a century, because it's been Ronnie that's been getting all the headlines so far in this match,
82.
and Barry has been a bit part player, so to speak. No disrespect meant.
83.
So if he could make a 100 break here, it would really make him feel good.
Well, he is left-handed, so he has got the chance now if he can
90.
slot this one up the cushion. And wouldn't that be a terrific way to finish? Get in. Well done.
91.
This would be the 50th century if he can make it. And he's already made 3, so this is Barry's 4th. And he's pretty good, as I say, with the rest.
Well, need to be, because he's just overrun this slightly, and he's got to avoid the kiss on the brown. This yellow for 99. So he avoided the kiss on the brown. This green for the 100. Very well played, Barry Hawkins.
106.
Well, I think he was so relieved that the green had gone in. He potted the brown and didn't really get on the blue, and he's not really bothered about the blue. Well, after losing the first 4 frames this morning, to come out and win 3 of the next 4, well played, Barry Hawkins, but he still trails Ronnie O'Sullivan by 6 frames. Ronnie O'Sullivan now leads by 11 frames to 5.
It's amazing what difference an interval can make, just 15 little minutes. Look at the stats of this match.
Yeah, Terry had his work cut out, really, to get Barry back on a positive frame of mind, really.
Yeah, frames 9 to 12, 56% pot success, 5 balls only potted.
Highest break, 8. That makes pretty dismal reading for Barry Hawkins.
And after the interval, look at the difference.
Yeah, and it's amazing how you relax once you get your first frame on the board. And the target they were probably discussing was to try win 3 out of the 4 frames.
And a bit of pride for the rest of that session, and half a shout for the rest of the match.
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously he's still in danger of this match, possibly not going to a final session. But he's given himself, as you say, a chance to get back into this match.
OK, well, let's turn our attention to the other semi-final. And Jason's in the arena.
Yes, great atmosphere here at the Crucible. So you're right up to date with Barry Hawkins taking on Ronnie O'Sullivan. Time now to focus on our semi-final this afternoon. The match between Mark Selby looking to renew his rivalry with Neil Robertson.
Mine. Well, I think probably if you were to look at Ronnie's frame-winning break to frame ratio, I think he'd probably have better than anyone else's in the history of the game. Mine. Ding's cue ball control, I think, is probably the best at the moment in the game. I'd say John Higgins. Yeah, all-round safety play. Mine. Mine. Sean Murphy? Yeah, Sean Murphy, best wrist player I've ever seen. Mine. I'll say Stephen Hendry. Ken Doherty's very good at that. Great creativity coming off cushions and stuff like that. Yeah, I'd say Ken. Ronnie O'Sullivan. Yeah, by a long way. He's by far and away the best I've ever seen. He's the worst player to be behind against for sure. Yeah. Tactical awareness, I'd say John Higgins. John Higgins is the worst player to have a big lead against, I'd say.
And this one is beautifully set up after yesterday evening's first session. Selby has a 2-frame advantage going into this afternoon's second session. We have got some cracking snooker ahead this afternoon. And talking you through it this afternoon, John Virgo and Willie Thorne. Afternoon to you boys. John, this is set up just perfectly, isn't it?
Absolutely, and it was a great 8 frames last night, and it could have gone either way. From Neil Robertson's point of view, if you lose the first session, you can't afford to lose the second session, because otherwise you start drifting away and you're playing catch-up. So he'll be looking worse way 4 apiece, but he'd love to win this session today.
Willie, do you fancy Mark Selby to go all the way this year?
Well, why not? I mean, I had the pleasure of doing the first 8 frames, and there was a couple of frames that could have gone either way early on. Both missed easy reds into the corner pocket, but they both made a century. I think, as John said, I mean, Robertson can't afford to lose this session, but as long as it stays very close. But being from Leicester, obviously, I'm going to be supporting the Leicester man.
Willie, John, how much will Mark Selby be fired up, do you think? He lost the UK Championship final, of course, to Neil Robertson back in December in York.
Yeah, I spoke to him after that UK final, and he was suffering from a bit of lack of confidence. But I did say to him at the time, I said, look, your big goal this year is the World Championship. And it looks as though that's what he's got himself prepared for. And he's playing the best snooker of the season here now, when it matters.
And Willie, we've seen Neil Robertson become a record breaker here. Now he's got that out of his system. Do you think that he has the potential to go all the way and beat Ronnie O'Sullivan possibly in the final? Without
doubt. I mean, obviously Barry Hawkins is not dead yet in that match. It's a good performance from Barry to get back in the match. But I think either of these two players, whoever goes on to win that match, will give Ronnie a real game. And I think we're going to be in for a classic final.
OK, boys, thank you very much indeed. I hope you enjoy your afternoon. Rob Walker is standing by. The players are ready. The Crucible Theatre is ready.
Thanks, Jason. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. A growing sense of anticipation here in this atmospheric arena, because this has the makings of an absolutely epic afternoon It's a drive to the final of the Dapperbet World Championship. World number 3, world number 1. It is all to play for here today. Please welcome a player who has nerves of steel on the biggest stages of all. Bidding for his first Crucible final for 7 years. 3 times a Masters champion, he's also won the Welsh, the Shanghai and the UK championships. He is quite simply a brilliant ambassador for this sport, who always plays with a big smile on his face. That's why he's the jester from Leicester, Mark Selby. And his opponent. What a fabulous fortnight so far for this proud Australian. Already a world champion, UK champion and Masters winner, he arrived in Sheffield on the verge of a magic milestone many thought impossible. But against Judd Trump, he did it. 100 centuries in a single season. Amazing. And as if showing off, he added another late last night to stay in touch. He is the Thunder from Down Under. He's the Centurion. He's Neil Robertson.
Yet again, a terrific welcome for these two players. Wonderful atmosphere here inside the Crucible Theatre. This is going to be a cracker. Let's join our commentary team then of Willie Thorne and John Virgo.
Thank you, Jason. The scene's set for the second session. And a big one, you feel, for Neil Robertson. But Mark Selby will be well aware of that. If he could win this session, even 5-3, he'll have a 4-frame advantage. So, all these frames, even though it's a long match, best of 33, first to 17.
Mark Selby to break.
Every frame, very important, Willie.
Yes, it was one of the most enjoyable sessions of the tournament so far with these two players. Yesterday I had the pleasure of doing those with Dennis Taylor, and both made a breakup of 130. Mark Selby, I think, definitely deserved to win that first session. And as you'll see from a lot of the stats, it's been pretty good, pretty high standard. Needing to make a good start. And it looks like he's got the ideal opportunity to just do that with the red above the black in open play. He'll go into the bunch here.
Didn't get enough backspin on the cue ball. That's what he needed to do to create a bit of backspin, so after he hit that first red, he was going to spin away from them.
Touching both balls.
It's careless, that.
Just caught that red full ball, John, didn't he, the one he hit? And he was looking as if something was wrong with the cue ball there, but he just absolutely hit that red full ball, which took all the spin out of it. Just look at the way he hit this red. It's the middle one, absolutely full in the face, and of course there's nowhere to go then.
Yeah, if you're going to hit it like that, which obviously he didn't expect. I think he expected just to hit maybe that red half ball, but he needed to hit it a little bit harder to get that cue ball to extricate itself from the bunch, but he hasn't.
Touching both.
He's just checking with the referee that it is touching ball, so he can fire back up to balk.
You mentioned after the UK final, John, you had a little chat with Mark, and you know, he rings me quite often as well. And it's amazing for such a player with such an abundance of talent, how negative he sometimes talks.
Yeah, it was the after-drinks party at the UK in York, and Neil and Mark were there, and that's when Neil was chatting to Stephen Hendry about the break building, and Neil was obviously the winner, but Mark you know, just saying he was suffering from a lack of confidence. And as you say, it's surprising with all the ability he's got and wonderful technique. But then, as you well know, Willie, if you're not getting results, you know, then your confidence does take a drop.
Harsh, but true.
No, I didn't mean you personally. I'm talking about any player. You know, you all need some reward for the effort you put into it. Pretty good line with that safety shot, but I think there may just be a path past the green.
Well, this first session was, the safety play was the best we've seen in the tournament so far. Kiss on the greens left a very easy safety shot for Neil if he didn't want to take a red on.
Well, you said it should have been an easy safety shot, but he's not made the best job of it. Catching the brown, leaving a red near the corner pocket. He won't be happy with that.
One.
Not the best kiss. He's got a nice angle on the blue to come down to this end of the table. As you can see, the cue ball, as we see this kiss on the blue again, push the white right to the cushion. Can't do a lot with the cue ball, but follow through. It's all about pace, this one.
Obviously it helped that he could just drop the blue in and be on a red to the left corner.
6. Seven.
It's always a massive help when a baulk clears off its spot, because you can see the target in and out of baulk now. There's no problem at all. Might be a little bit of mileage in playing two cushions into the pink here just to make something happen. All those reds appear to be in the way of one another. Just coming round to see what kind of angle he's got. Well, it's playing to make something happen. How has it? Absolutely nothing. Little unfortunate there not to make a contact with even the black. Would have been not too bad to bring it into play.
Could have dropped that red
Mark Selby,
maybe
12.
into the left middle, but no real value. So trying to get a good cue ball. Just a fraction short of pace. Just means when the cue ball isn't tight against the baulk cushion, it allows Neil to play this with a little bit of side. But it's no easy path back to the baulk end here. No, didn't even attempt it. Obviously nothing will go to the right corner. All blocking one another, as you can clearly see.
Clever little shot that from Mark, just bringing the black into play, which now makes the safety even more important. Just trying to swing it around 3 cushions here and behind the brown and green if you can. He may have caught the blue here. Oh, missed it by a fraction.
Yeah, he didn't exactly hit that safety shot as he would have liked. This red just to the left of the black will obviously cut, but it's very dangerous to be running into other balls. So he's trying to find a path back to the middle of the baulk cushion, then he could use yellow, green and brown as blockers. Bit narrow, but the yellow could come to the rescue here, I'll tell you. What a line! Maybe hit that red a bit thinner than he intended, but he'll take that.
This is the line that John was talking about. But he had 3 snookering balls there, so we'll give him the benefit of the doubt. As John said, he'd probably try to get in behind the green, but he'd be happy with the result. He'd like to somehow get to the 2 reds that are behind the black spot. Little pocket's close to being in the way if he plays off 2 cushions. That's why he's looking at possibly 3 cushion escape.
Giving this plenty of thought, and why not? But you'd think the 2 reds near the top cushion are the most obvious reds to try and lay on, but as Willie said, this middle pocket might just be in the way here. Well, he's got a decent line. It's a bit pacey, and it's not safe. It's not safe.
Yes, hit the wrong reds, didn't he? As you rightly said, Johnny was trying to hit the 2 reds behind the black spot, and with the black being an open play, this is a chance for Selby now to get 4 or 5 reds and blacks, which will mean he'll be well in front in this frame. Wouldn't expect him to win the frame from here, obviously, where the balls are.
1.
Those 3 reds just to the left of the black are all sort of covering one another. Now he's got an angle on the black to try and bring those reds into play. Would you want to risk it? His decision. You'd have to say he'd be very unlucky not to be on a red if he did play the cannon.
Yes, he's thinking just like you, John. He'd be unlucky to get, not be on one, but if he does play it and doesn't get on one, he'd be kicking himself and not just playing for one of the 2 loose reds. But I, like you, I think he probably ought to play the cannon. But he's not playing it, isn't it, that low? Well, he did play it in the end, and as you can see what John mentioned, not bound to get a good kiss. Little double kiss there on the 2 reds, kept that red on the cushion.
Yeah, that red that was tight on the cushion, the one he may be playing now. It's amazing. If you hit them full ball, they just stay there, don't they? They don't move. Well, he's playing the thin cut, but he's not certain where the cue ball's going to finish here. So, trusting a little bit to look for position. Has he had any?
No.
No. So, no prizes for guessing what's going to come next.
Mark Selby, 9.
Yes, as John mentioned, very, very thin this one. Didn't have a lot of idea where the Cuba would end up. But clever little shot he played in the snooker. Made sure he cut that right-hand side cushion off so he couldn't lay on the 2 reds behind the black. This is a little bit more difficult to get safe.
Yes, particularly because that red just above the black is potable into either corner pocket, so couldn't just nestle on a ball here. Well, it looks like he's going to try and nestle on the 3 reds near the top cushion, the left-hand side one. Not got enough side on this. Oh, well, believe me, that's not the red he played to hit. Has he got it safe? If Mark can't get past the black, he has. I'm looking at Neil's body language. He didn't look too happy. Well, that's tight. It's not on. Bit fortunate there was Neil. Good shot. Well from Mark, keeping the pressure on. It's a tough shot, that is. You know, it is so thin.
Mark Selby, 4.
So thin that the red will hardly move. I'd be surprised if you don't have it replaced. Particularly with the misrule as it is. Was this cue ball not a little bit closer to the cushion? Didn't look that comfortable cueing to me.
Can you bring it up, please?
He's asked the scorer to bring it up. Yeah, it was a lot closer to the baulk cushion.
Further back and across that. Further back to the cushion, yeah.
That's Michaela Tabb giving the instructions to Olivia Martil.
Mark?
That's Mark. How he can tell from over there, I don't know, but there you go. So it's a thin one. Oh, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. We used to have eyesight like that, Willie, didn't we?
I'm surprised he didn't take the thin cut on Selby when he was left at the table, but as you can see, if it's slightly thicker, it catches the jaws of the top corner pocket, so very, very good safety.
There is a gap between the yellow and green, but not enough for him to be able to play the pot on this red. So playing the 2 cushion escape with pace. You always try to err on the side of hitting it too thin here. You don't want to catch it too full. Thinking, oh, you'll get another try.
Foul and a miss.
And I'm sure he will. So he's had a sighter, as Mark Selby. We know there was a gap, so he could hit a red.
Yeah.
So I'd expect him to get closer this time, but the one thing he's wary of is catching this red too thick. That'll mean the cue ball will stay in this half of the table. So how does he adjust it? Ooh, not quite.
Foul and a miss. Neil Robertson, 4.
Now, it'll be interesting this, because with this misrule, you don't have to be able to hit the ball on either side like you do on a free ball. Oh, free ball.
Well, he'll definitely be taking the green on and just resting the white somewhere near the yellow. So if it goes in, he's got the brown as the next
Green
colour.
ball.
If it doesn't go in, he's tight behind the yellow. So this is a real bonus, being able to play a shot with no pressure at all. 2 shots in one he could play there, you see. That's probably one of the only times in snooker, John, where you can play a pot with no pressure.
Absolutely. But it was important to pot the green, and that's what he's done. And it's given him a chance. The black's in the open, all right, at the moment, only available into one of the corner pockets, but he'll settle for this opportunity.
Five.
Just the wrong side of that red, that's why he had to go
6.
back up for the blue, but no problem. He's landed perfectly on the blue. Just wondering if, or Neil is, wondering whether this red just below the pink is potable. If you can get enough of it, of course. He'd love to pot that red just below the pink and then free the pink up. Needed a bounce. If it had bounced, you may have had a choice of reds. The one just to the right of the black and the one just below and to the left of the black, but not bouncing off the top cushion. This red is potable, but it's difficult. Yeah, they're difficult shots.
Neil Robertson, 11.
And he's not got away with it.
Not a great angle on this red. The red and black are in the way to stun around the back of the black. Yeah, I could see him missing that. It was just so awkward to get a good cue ball there. He tried to get the gap in between the red and black and didn't get it.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, looking at it again, Willie, I'm wondering whether he played the cannon on the black, and that's why he caught the red a bit thick.
Yeah,
Maybe in
glance.
two.
Yeah, second glance, you're definitely right, John. Did play the cannon on the black to push it over the pocket, you mean?
Yeah, maybe in two minds while he was playing the shot. But he's given Neil Robertson a chance now. But you don't take these blacks for granted.
Eight. Nine.
Perfect angle on the boo now to drop it right on the cushion in between those two reds and have the red in the corner pocket. All the red down the cushion. Might even play it pacey off two cushions and try and bring one of those reds further into play. So how's the side? Has he got enough on it? He has. Very good. Choice of reds.
14.
And there's an
15.
example, isn't it, of when a player's perfect. He was downplaying that red before the referee didn't have a chance to put the blue back on its spot. This to go 24 points in front. But there's still Plenty left
22.
to play for here. Still a possible 75 remaining.
23.
So he needed good cue ball control. I wouldn't say that is absolutely inch perfect by any means.
Yes, he'd love to finish high on it, wouldn't he? It still is high. We might be able to move one of the reds into play. Decided to play the screw back. This is a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, but in all honesty, I think he'd have settled for this, Will, wouldn't he? When he played the black, or got straight on it.
31.
But now, this time, he's going to have to go in and out of balk. Got to find that gap between green and brown here. Looks good. Oh, just flick the green. But still a chance of the pots.
38.
There you see it, 40 ahead, 59 remaining. Red, colour red, still needed. Yeah, he just knocks that with the shoulder over the pocket, doesn't he? But once again, we saw the problem. When a ball is tight or almost tight to a cushion, you hit them anything
46.
but half ball, quarter ball, you get the double kiss and they don't move hardly. And that one red that he needs to clinch the frame, he'll have to wait for his next visit, because he isn't going to be potting it now.
Neil Robertson, 46.
Well, it was a good 46. So this is what he played, and as I say, just caught that red too full, and then you get the double kiss. Hawkeye, of course, he'd have played it a little bit less than half ball and would have developed both reds. Well, that was half a chance there for Mark. That was a weak safety shot from Neil. I think he was disappointed he wasn't on the frame-winning red and didn't make the most of it, Mark, really. That was half a chance. There you see it, 48 ahead, Neil Robertson, but still 51 remaining. Can't get back to the balk end, so just thin off the red, leave it on the side cushion, try and cover the red in balk with the yellow. Well, there's always a danger he may leave the plant, but it's not quite on. Maybe a possibility here. It depends whether you want to take the risk or not. The further you leave the cue ball from the object ball, it just makes it a bit more difficult. You can go up to the middle of the table here and use the pink and brown, or possibly the blue to cover that red in balk. It just leaves a bit of distance between the two reds and the cue ball. Don't want to run it past the blue though. No, it's okay. They want to leave a path to that red near the balk cushion, and he hasn't done it.
Just a little disturbance in the crowd. Somebody's not feeling very well, so the players are just waiting until they're being taken out. Gentlemen's Been removed from the auditorium, so play will commence again.
Thank you.
Now this time Neil has got the path to the red in the balk end, and no reason why he shouldn't play it. He may play balk cushion first, kick the red up the table. I know he'd like to keep this red as far away from the black as he could, but still got to play the right shot. And the right shot is to play safe off this red.
They do play granite safety shots, these two players, don't they? This is, without doubt, the hardest shot to play when they're tight on the cushion at virtually full length of the table to hit them thin. And you can see why.
And now he needs a snooker. Those 4 points he's just given away has put Neil Robertson 52 points in front with just 51 remaining. And an easy red to keep Mark Selby in his seat.
1.
So that's the end of the first frame. And this was the start that Neil Robertson was looking for. Didn't want to drop any more frames behind. This is a very important second session for him.
9. $16. 17.
Just a little bit too much side
24.
on the cue ball. That's why he ran into the brown, but the frame's well and truly over. Just a bit of potting practice he's getting now. And if there's one thing this man can do, it's pot a ball. But not when he's snookered. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It was a typical Selby Robertson frame, hard fought, very competitive. But the Australian will be very pleased that he took it. He reduces arrears now to just 1 frame.
Yes, 5 times these two met in 2013. Neil Robertson won 4 of those meetings. There's something about Robertson. Since he broke his record, he's walking around this table very confidently today, Stephen.
Yeah, the first half of the frame, I thought he looked a bit out of sorts. His safety play wasn't great, and he'd missed a couple of sort of half chances, but he'd certainly ended the frame very strongly.
Stephen, your thoughts on the opening frame?
Well, we were sitting there watching Mark Selby looking like he had a good break-building opportunity. He tried to split those 3 reds that were by the side cushion that Willie Thorne was talking about. If we look at the action here, he chose to play the thin red, which was more of a guaranteed pot, but Stephen was saying as he played it that he should have played the shot with the rest. Much more guaranteed positionally.
Yeah, I think if anything, Mark Selby in the last 2 or 3 years, he's tended to go for the more conservative shot rather than plays. His natural game is to score heavy, and that red was automatically on the black. Surprised he didn't play that.
And given his recent record against Neil Robertson, does that affect a player, Steve?
Well, I would imagine Neil Robertson sitting in his chair would have expected Mark to go for more the throat, really, the guaranteed way of keeping the cue ball in the top half of the table. Perhaps that would have given him a bit of encouragement.
OK, into the next frame we go. Back to John Virgo and Willie Thorne.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Jason.
Thank
nice
you.
to see 2
Frame
legends
10.
in the box there together, and
Neil Robertson to break.
we're going to be expecting a real tough battle out here. Mark Selby had 2 chances in that frame, so he will certainly be very disappointed not to have scored more than he did.
Well, there is this red sticking out, but I don't think Neil would want to be playing the pot if he thought he was going to run into the black. It'd make it a dangerous shot to go for. If he does play it, he'll be erring on the side of hitting it too thin. Don't want to run into the black. Well, he could pot it and avoid the black. Needs a good kiss on the yellow. Didn't get one.
One.
It's a good pot, this, though.
Excellent pot, John. Now, he has choice on yellow or green to open the reds up. A little bit negative this just to roll up to the brown, because off one cushion it should be pretty easy to hit. The players these days tend to play the yellow into the pack and screw back onto the baulk cushion. Just made it happen.
And the green looks just as good an option. Probably a better one. Not really going to force much of a mistake, I suppose, from your opponent. In fact, it's not even worth snookering him there, because it's an easy escape from the side cushion. In fact, there's more danger in Mark playing this. Well, he caught the red well and deserved that little rub off the green. It's made it a better safety now.
Another excellent safety shot. Got a good white. Left the red out, but no way of playing that pot, because as you can see, the four reds behind the black are in the way to play the shot back into baulk. Off the pot, that is. And it appears he doesn't really want to leave it down this end, because the red four away from the one in the left-hand pocket there, that will pot if he doesn't get bang on the cushion.
Well, Neil would be a little bit disappointed with that. Should have found the baulk cushion there. He's put no pressure whatsoever on Mark to play a better safety shot. But he hasn't. Better length. Always had to be wary of that red that was near the left-hand cushion. But it's not hindered his safety too much, although Mark obviously can get past the yellow. And he can do a little bit with the cue ball, but he'll be trusting to look for position. In these situations, the pot is the priority. You trust to look with position, at least you get to play the next shot, and he's okay, it's worked out nicely. Yellow or blue. As I say, you just trust to luck. You know you're running into another ball, but don't take your eye off the pot.
I would love to get rid of one of the reds either side of the black. Either or is okay, just to make the black free in one of the pockets. Not too sure whether you can get onto the one to the right of the black from here, unless you can go around the back of that red and black. Yeah, playing into them. Oh no. Oh no, if they've gone through that gap. Oh, play it 10 times, you'll do well to get through there once.
3.
Well, I couldn't agree with you more. Where was the gap? There's always a gap. That is amazing.
Now people at home are saying, why did you just play for an easy red? But that's the kind of game these days. When you get a chance, you've got to get into the balls, open them up. Who knows if that kiss had turned out right, he'd have had every chance of winning the frame.
Yeah, well, that red he's just played, he's thinking, if I go into the cluster,
Mark
worse
Selby,
way, I'm
3.
going to be on that red to the middle. So I don't blame him for playing the cannon. As I say, this is a shot, that red near the right middle. You think, well, worse way, he's going to be on that. Of course, Hawkeye would have spotted the gap. Oh, what a pot! Another Robertson absolute rasper.
Well, it's his turn to be a little unlucky there.
Neil Robertson, 1.
As you rightly say, it was a great pot. I'm not sure what rasper means, but it was a great pot.
You wouldn't expect Mark to leave a pot on here. The only way he could is if he just overhits it slightly. Although after he found that gap before, anything's possible on these 12 foot by 6 foot snooker tables. He's playing it in such a way there's no path back to the balk end. So it'll just be a little toucher, and he'll be just a bit wary he doesn't leave a touching ball. Now, has he left an opportunity for Mark to get back to the balk end? He's had a look at this possibility of a plant. He's very close to them. Not far off. You'd have to be pretty sure, though, it was, because you'd be risking all. Can't take that on. Neither player likes this type of game to develop like this, because it just stops the flow of everything. So maybe Mark just sending a ball up to the balk end. Well, and the cue ball. Just got to be careful, don't get the double kiss. He's okay.
Just to let you know, John's okay.
Yeah, I was only concerned for a second. These are so important, these safety exchanges, though. Who's going to get the next chance? Not the best safety once again, but the fact that it'll be awkward bridging for Neil with the green and brown, I don't think he'd be thinking about a pot, just a safety. But what a target that is. The green, brown and yellow. To try and get the cue ball behind. But thick. Another very average safety shot. And if Mark can't get to the middle of the cue ball, Neil's been very fortunate there. Can he cue past the yellow? No. He's hampered. So that'll probably put him off playing the pot. But striking down like that, and he doesn't want this to sneak up behind the yellow, otherwise it's a free ball for certainty. Oh.
Robertson for free ball.
Can you believe what's happening here? Mark Selby must be thinking, what have I done wrong? He found a gap earlier on that didn't look possible. And there he's just missed the red, caught the bump of the middle pocket. And that's what drifted the cue ball behind the yellow. That brown counts as a red, as we all know, with a free ball. Colour to follow. And if you just watch this, when he's missed it, it wouldn't have been a problem, but he just caught that little angle and it just threw it out into the middle of the table and nestled up behind the yellow. Can't believe it.
Well, he immediately tried to get onto the one to the right of the black, but it's not quite come down far enough. He's still on the one at the back of the pack. Just making sure that there might be another one on it. Just have another look at the plant. If the plant's a certainty, you can just stunt to get onto the pink, and that will help. Well, we maybe have to go up to the blue this time because the red's in the way of the pink.
Yeah, that plank was always there, wasn't it? But when Mark Selby had a look before, as we look at Neil, he's come very straight on this blue. But the blue's an easier pot than the pink. I'm not certain about the availability of the black to the right corner, but pink in the middle of the table, no problem playing for that. That tells me that the black doesn't go to the right corner. 10. And once again, he's come up a little short on this blue.
I've got to be honest, I'm really surprised he didn't just play it slow with check side here, the cue ball, just to, there you can see the angle on the blue, but play for the pink in the middle. Give himself a little bit to do now for the next shot. This was the shot. He had a perfect angle, John. A little bit of left-hand side. It would have been with an 18 inch of the pink.
Yeah, and if you're just too hard on the pink, you'd be on the blue. But just played it plain ball. This is why he's finished closer to the cushion. But the fact he's straight on the blue hasn't got much room to manoeuvre. That's why he's looking at the red on the right-hand side of the table.
Be playing for the pink this time. He'd like to be straight on the pink, so he can just roll it in and then play the red to the right 16. Of the black, because there's plenty of room. I think the red that's 2 down from the pink will pot in the corner as well. Just having a look at that one. So he's played for that one first.
$22.
That's the red he's played for.
Yeah, we know he's got to play for the pink or the blue, but the black at the moment is not available. So stunning round of 2 cushions for the
23.
pink. Just got an angle. Now, you'd think the red he'd like to play in, and he's just pointing there. And in potting this red, then obviously
29.
in a few shots' time the black will be available into this corner.
30.
And that looks absolutely inch perfect on the pink.
$36.
39 points to lead. It's not a straightforward run to the line.
37.
This pink will put in 46 points in front, but still 75 remaining. 1 or 2 precise positional shots still needed.
Now this may be a little pacey. Don't know whether you can get through to the one that's nearest the pocket, in between the black and red.
43.
The other one pots obviously, but it's not a nice angle. Looks like he can get through to that one, and that will open the black into both pockets. And now he does have a chance to win the frame with this visit. The 1-3 down from the pink will pot in the left-hand side as well. If he gets perfect on that, it'll be under frame.
Yeah, but when this cue ball is travelling distances, it's never guaranteed perfect position on the next ball. And he looks to have played this very well. That's perfectly played.
46.
This red, the black. And one more
47.
red. That's all that's required. This black will put him 57 points in front with a possible 59 remaining.
Mark's not had a lot of luck in this frame, but he has had the chance. That's what he'll know. He's got to be pretty concerned that having lost the first 2 frames, or possibly going to lose his first 2 frames, but hasn't done an awful lot wrong, to be fair. When you're playing against a world-class player, you can expect to have times where you're going to be sat there for quite some time. How's the weight? Looks pretty good. He's on the red.
54.
And just this red to go 58 ahead with only 51 remaining.
Needed all the pocket. He's got the perfect angle on the black now, just to flick the left hand of the 2 reds towards the middle, and bound to be on the one in the corner. Now he can concentrate on making century number 102 for the season.
62. 63.
Well, looks a bit bemused there,
70.
the bounce he had off the top cushion, but I've got to be fair, this table was played a lot better than the tables that were at the quarter-final stage off the top cushion. Those kind of shots were
71.
bouncing nearly all the time. Just keeps so still on every shot, doesn't he? Gets through the ball. That piston-like action he's got.
78.
If the red goes in, you would expect a century.
79.
He's a century machine, isn't he, this boy, at the moment?
86. 88.
If he gets this, will be his 9th century of this year's Alphabet World Championship.
91.
That's the number that Ronnie O'Sullivan's on. But yes, when he got the 100 hundreds, Willie, of course, everything now he's going to set the standard, and for everybody to try and beat as the blue goes in.
106.
Well, another flawless break building display. Needed a second chance. He was given a second chance by Selby, but the rest was perfect. Neil Robertson wins the first 2 frames to level the match at 5-all.
Well, that was Neil Robertson by numbers, and some very impressive numbers there. And he just seems to be setting the bar higher and higher, Will.
Certainly on the centuries, but you know, it's hard to see why he's not winning absolutely everything at the minute. So he's probably the best long potter in the game, obviously the best break builder in the game at the moment, but he must have a flaw somewhere.
Could be a guy called Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Thank you. Frame 11. Mark Selby to break.
So Mark Selby gets the 3rd frame of this session underway. 8 frames to be played. He's lost his lead. Came with a 2-frame advantage. He's lost that. I must say, shade unlucky in the last frame. Things happen that can only happen in a game of snooker. But you've got to put that behind you and just look at the scoreboard. He's not behind. This frame and 1 more before the mid-session interval. That's more like the safety play we've come to expect from Neil Robertson. But if this red to the right corner is just off straight, it may tempt Mark into going for it. It's dead straight. That'll put him off going for it. But he's got to be wary playing the safety shot that he doesn't leave a chance of that red for Neil, so needs a good length on this cue ball. Doesn't want to catch a baulk colour. And he has, but fortunately for Mark, no real value, although he may take it on, but the black is now tied up. And he's taking this on. Robertson, ripper.
Well, that was excellent, wasn't it? I mean, he took it on with a bit of confidence because he knew he couldn't really leave anything on. Everything is covered up in this right-hand side, but look at the distance of that pot and went right into the heart of the pocket, screwed across the face of the pink, and had enough side on when it hit the cushion to go up top side of the blue. Excellent shot.
Well, he won't be too happy with that. Believe it or not, he played for the black, just up into the right. I'm sorry, the red, just up into the right of the black. So he's having a look at the tip. Nothing wrong with that, is there? Just overdid it. Should have stopped there. Still cuts, but not what he wanted. The kiss on the brown.
7.
It's not bad, thank you.
Yes, everything going Neil's way at the moment as far as the good kisses are concerned. If that had kissed half ball, he'd have had no pot on. And the fact that it's gone just off straight, he can run round 2 cushions to get onto choice of red. He can even play off 1 cushion if he wants. No, he needs a good kiss here, and he's not sure to get one. He could rest on this second red, and he'll be on nothing if it does. It's okay.
11.
All depends, really. I mean, he can't do a lot with the cue ball, but can he avoid the kiss on the red that's tight to the top cushion? He's having a look to see if the other red is potable to the left middle. He'd rather be playing that. He'd have more control of the cue ball. But I don't think it goes. And this one, thin cut. But it's that red tight to the top cushion. He's got to avoid the kiss on that, and I'm not certain he can. Well,
13.
You get 2 points for that, you know. Well, there's a surprise.
Robertson 13.
That's as good as he could have expected to be on the pink. Well, it went in and it lipped out. Of course, Mark comes to the table. It's not the best chance. The pink now in the other half. The black tied up.
Yes, the pink that Robertson just played, it was the one you didn't expect him to miss.
1.
As Sean mentioned, it looked him for a second, but it played that 50 times and get it 48 at least.
Oh, this needs to slow up. Well, it's not the perfect angle on this
3.
red. He'll be thinking even now of ways, can I get that black into play?
Thank you.
Nicely on the blue. And maybe a chance here with him. That line of 3, the bottom one, if he was to hit that red, there's a possibility it could bring the black into play here. That's the line. Hit that red. And the black has developed, not particularly off the red I was thinking, but any of them, anything, as long as that black is freed, it gives him a chance. Gives him a thought that he can win the frame at this visit. And wouldn't he love to do that? But once again, poor positional shot.
He hit that very poorly, didn't he? Amazingly enough, he played for the half-ball blue. The pink's a bonus if he's on that. He's blessed like Robertson with a lot of cue power, so there's no problem getting back at this end.
Beware the middle pocket. Managed to be able to stun it across. Won't be interested here in playing anything until
16.
that black can go on its spot and be clear. He'll be concentrated on the pink and the blue now. This is a chance.
Yes, just needs to get 5 or 6 pinks or blues, and that will give him this frame.
17.
And where the balls are, his favourite to do that.
$23. 24.
That's okay. Those 3 red just below the pink are all available into the opposite corner. And there's no reds to bring into play here. There's no cannons required. Just good positional
30.
play.
$31.
Just understand that. Seems to be a bit straight. He doesn't really want to
37.
play for the black here. He may have to, though. $24 points to lead. You would think at least 3 or 4 of these remaining 5 reds required. If it had been straighter, there'd been no problem going back up for the pink. He's not got the angle to do that, and he doesn't really want to play for the black, but he may have no option. Well, he decided that he didn't want to risk the black, but he's not the right side of the blue. He's not out of the woods just yet.
Yes, he'd like to have some sort of angle on this blue, and he doesn't appear to have one. Well, just the angle, just the wrong side.
Obviously this red to
46.
the left of the pink does go to the corner pocket. This could be the frame winner. And it's right in the heart of the pocket. Now, can he get on the blue good? This time, just a fraction over hit. Played it well.
46.
Red, colour red required. Oh, and what a kick that was.
Yes.
All he was looking for was a decent angle on the blue, and now he may have to play, as we see the jump, the bounce. He may have to play the more difficult pink here. Still needs the colour and one more red, and he can't get close to the red off the blue. But the blue's unmissable. It just makes the red that little bit more difficult. Okay, he only needs the red, but it'd be a lot easier if he was closer
52.
to it. This to go 40 ahead, with just 35 remaining. Well played.
53.
Well played, Mark. It'd have been disappointing not to have a good angle on the blue. red with the black.
Mark Selby, 53.
40 points the lead. 35 remaining. It's not quite over this frame yet. So deciding to pot the red. Now he'd like to get the cue ball up in the balk end. And the reason you like to play this shot, but you don't want to be tight on the cushion. Oh, he'd be struggling to get a snooker here. You always think if you bounce off the cushion, you stun the yellow up the table and put the cue ball behind the brown. But it's not straightforward, now he's tight on the cushion. I know you think, well, there's a good line of balls there, the brown, the blue, the pink, the black. But tight on the cushion, no guaranteed snooker here.
Robertson, 8.
Good effort. Not quite there. In fact, I think Mark, I'm looking down the line, I think he can just about pot this. If that had gone in, Neil Robertson would not have bothered carrying on, but it didn't. And we're in a situation here where Neil at the moment needs 2 snookers, but if he had a chance, every likelihood he would pot yellow, green and brown and then 1 snooker on the blue to tie. In fact, I think he's looking at the scoreboard now to work it out. Where's the green going? You see it, 32 behind, so 2 4-point snookers required. But as I say, not off this shot obviously, but if he did get an opportunity, put the yellow, green and brown, 1 snooker to tie on the blue. That'd be a 5-point snooker, of course. Well, he's caught that very nicely, and he's got the snooker behind the blue. That's a bonus. That's a bonus. Look at that plum.
Got to play this with a little bit of side, and of course if he misses it, doesn't want to hit it too hard just to leave a free ball, so he might play this quite slow. Yeah, just to make sure he doesn't leave a free ball if you hit it twice across. Now there's a chance to get right in behind the blue here, and the yellow almost behind the black as well if he can hold it.
I must say, Willie, during this tournament I've seen so many 1-cushion snookers missed. It's amazing. At this level, you don't expect it.
Hasn't held it enough. Concentrated so hard there and getting in behind the blue.
Neil Robertson will think he's back in this frame. Just now needing 1 snooker.
Thank you.
Mark was leaning back trying to get that cue ball over, the yellow over, so it was a snooker, but it's not. Chance of a snooker behind one of them colours now. Ooh, he's trying behind the black, but he's caught it much too thick. He's going to leave a chance of a pot, and this yellow would put this frame to bed. And it will do now. So Mark Selby a little bit relieved. He looks as though he had the frame well won.
5.
But he had to go through an agonising few minutes where he'd missed one snooker. It always gets a little bit of a worry.
9. $14.
Well, that was good cueing.
20.
Plenty of top spin on the cue ball. And that will please him. He's got his nose back in front. Where's the cue ball going? It doesn't matter.
20. Robertson 7.
Oh, Mark Selby will relieve. That's
Mark
the
Selby.
first frame he's won in this second session, and it puts him back in the lead. 6-5.
Just a hint of a smile there from Mark Selby, but a pretty stylish finish, Steve.
Yes, I mean, going back to rewinding, Neil Robertson looked in awesome form when he started the opening ball of that the first that frame, and then missed the easy pink in the middle, or the gettable pink in the middle, and great from Mark Selby's perspective. There was a minor moment when with just a one red left on the table, Stephen, and he usually if you pot the red and then pot the black and you need 2 snookers, you keep the red on the table.
Yeah, well, obviously I'd have conceded by now needing 2 snookers, but yeah, going and Steve saying, yeah, you'd rather leave a red on the table, obviously the chance of a free ball.
Yeah, but he potted it, and then from there on he needed to. He did get one of them, but small point really, because
So he'd have conceded. What would you have done?
Well, unless you really felt like you couldn't keep the ball safe, you would keep the red on the table for the possibility of getting a free ball and only needing 1 snooker as a result of that. Yeah, there was a possibility you could have got a snooker on the pink or whatever, but as it turned out, it was still he will look at the pink he missed in the middle pocket as being the problem.
Yeah, and the key thing is, from Mark Selby's point of view, is that's the perfect response, really, because Neil Robertson fires in that 113, and once again, Mark Selby displaying his fighting qualities.
Well, it just shows what a great match play temperament he's got. The first 2 frames were quite disappointing. He was presented with an opportunity and he won the frame in 1 score and visit. He's a tremendous match player now, there's no doubt about it. He can put disappointments behind him very easily.
That was a big frame for Mark Selby, wasn't it? The perfect response, really.
Yeah, hard fought. I think you'd expect nothing less from these two. It is going to be hard fought. They are in great respect for each other, I'm absolutely sure of that, and they know full well that in the tactical department they can both outplay each other. So it's just a case of who can effectively create the most opportunities and convert every opportunity they get.
Mark Selby back in the crucible.
Thank you.
It's
Settle
looking
down, please.
absolutely
Frame
magnificent
12.
today.
Neil
Perfect
Robertson to
for
break.
this wonderful semi-final. Back to Willie and John.
Yeah, so Mark now will be trying to get that 2-frame gap again in this last frame before the mid-session interval. And should he go on to do it, Neil Robertson will be the disappointed player. Obviously, having won the first 2 frames, you'd have been expecting to win this session 3-1 or 4-0.
Mark Selby will be a little bit disappointed with his safety play. He's not finding that baulk cushion enough for me. Okay, he's not left a pot on, but you've got to find that baulk cushion to put your opponent in trouble at this level, and with a potting machine like Neil Robertson, although he's guilty of the same thing. There you are once again. I don't know, these baulk colours are bigger than what they normally are, but they keep catching them. And he knows, you keep leaving Neil Robertson these type of long pots. And what is the long pot success of Neil Robertson? 82%, 67% for Mark Selby. That's good. Neil Robertson, 82%, very good. And there you go. You can't keep hitting the baulk colours and leaving the cue ball on the baulk line. You're asking for trouble with this man. We've had a rasper, a ripper, that was a snorter.
A little short with the desired position, but still has the red on.
8. 9.
Just got into the cue ball a bit too much, but I think he's okay.
11.
On a bad day, he could have caught that red a little bit fuller and been on nothing. But he's not affected the position. He's still got this red to the right corner and black available into the opposite.
$12.
And now just a plain ball shot for two reds in the opposite corner. Doesn't have to do a lot with the cue ball here, just play it plain ball. Bound to be on the red.
Sure.
And this is a good chance now to take this frame. Okay, it's a little bit low again there, looking
90.
at that. Just come up to 4 hours of play, and this bottom cushion is causing a few problems with these two players, both of which have not been happy with some of the bounces they've got. Usually it bounces too high. That time it appears to be slow. Maybe they're starting to play for bounces sometimes, they're not there. Going to rely a little bit on good luck here, just keep an eye on the cue ball as it pushes through these reds. Not bound to be on a colour.
20.
Left-handed, he'd do better being right-handed here. He might be able to reach it. Left-handed, he won't.
Yeah, and you notice the left-hand side he had on the cue ball. Whether that was intentional or unintentional, it's given him a chance of the blue, but as you say, Willie, being left-handed, he'll be at full stretch.
And hampered. Well, that looks thick to me. That looks thick to me.
Lee Robertson, 20.
Wasn't easy, that. Believe me. And striking down, if you don't hit that cue ball right in the middle, you put a little bit of unintentional side, and that appears what happened there.
Thank you. 1.
Well, I knew from the crowd, but you always knew it'd be on the yellow.
Any red here that'll give him position to get onto the black will be his choice. If he gets in and around the black spot now, every chance of making it 2 each at the interval and getting back that 2-frame lead at 7-5.
$4.
It's Mark's turn this time, just to slightly have a bit of trouble with the top cushion. Need that cue ball another 6 or 7 inches for red in middle or the red in the corner. Still okay, of course, but it's not exactly where he wanted to be. And he'd rather get onto yellow here than the blue, because the blue's going to be a little bit more difficult to travel down for the reds.
12.
That's what he's done. Don't think I've seen anybody concentrate harder than Selby. You know, he's not been in the best of forms this season. He's the first to admit that, but to still get to finals and semi-finals playing not at best just shows you what a fantastic match player he is. But he's certainly shown his
14.
best form of the season so far in this tournament.
15.
Slightly under hip, but the pink's okay.
Well, is the pink okay, Willie? Because he's looking up at the blue. Maybe the pink doesn't go to the left middle. And, oh, it doesn't. So just a little bit careless, that. And just needed to stun past that red that's to the right. And it's so awkward now for the black. He's playing the blue, but you've got to be careful with these. You don't want it to check. And check it did. And where's the cue ball going? Couldn't be in a much worse position than that, I promise you.
I think he could have played the blue cushion first there, John, and not kissed the green. The white was always going to check up, wasn't it, with topspin?
Yeah, usually when you play those, you play with a below centre, a little bit of side. I'm surprised he was suckered by that one.
Well, he's trying to get through to the ones to the right of the pink, is he here? Not a lot of room to hit those. But just enough, needs to miss the yellow.
Mark Selby, 20.
He'll settle for that. When he crept up to nearly snooker himself behind the yellow, I thought he was in real trouble, but well, there's a chance of a pot here.
Well, that's a result, isn't it? He's not missed many of those today. I didn't think he'd see enough of the red. He actually hit too much of it. So Mark's been given a second chance. Can he make this one tell? And the red that Robertson played, as we look at it there, I thought he'd do well to hit enough of it. Is it too much of it?
It's going to be some performance to win
7.
the frame at this visit, the way the balls are situated.
8.
This blue will put him 13 points in front, but there's one easy red, that's the one adjacent to the pink. But everything else is a little bit difficult, needs that cue ball to run a bit.
13.
Just a little bit short of his intended target, but not too bad. Where's the cue ball going? Oh, schoolboy
Mark
error.
Selby, 13. Neil Robertson, 4.
Them pockets are always there.
Yes, I think maybe he felt he got a bad contact there, because somebody of Selby's class would have never gone in off there normally. Whether he caught it a fraction thick, I don't know, but didn't see that coming at all, nor did he. But he leads by 9. 3 of the 4 reds look to be pretty safe. Leads by 13 now.
Foul and a miss. Mark Selby 4.
I was very, very surprised there when Neil Robertson was playing from anywhere in the balk end. He didn't play the red to the left of the black. He'd have brought the black into play. It could have been a real telling safety. This one is a bit easier to hit than the last, because if you miss it on the way up, he'll hit it on the way back. So another hard fought and tense frame. And your guess is as good as mine as to what the outcome's going to be.
Similar shot to what Neil played here. If he misses it on the way down, hits it on the way back, and he preferred to hit it cushion first and play in the cut, because he's got a chance of getting in behind the brown, and also that means he might not bring the black and red into play. Yeah, played it cushion first, knowing that he wouldn't bring the black into play, but as he covered the red, he almost got perfection there. He played in behind the brown as well, with an excellent safety shot. I don't think he can hit the red, but I don't think he gets to the pocket angle. He'll be playing this slow, just to push it on the side cushion. And now Mark can get the hand on the Selby exchange. Because of the chance of having the upper hand on the safety, he's done just that, and Neil Robertson will do well to get this safe. I'll be very surprised if he doesn't leave a pot on of some sort after this shot. Done just about as well as he could.
Excellent shot. Well worked out. Is there any value? Let's have a look at the scoreboard. 13 points to lead. I don't think if he plays safety off this red that's closest to the black, he can guarantee getting the cue ball at the baulk cushion where he'd like, so he's looking for an alternative. That looks pretty good to me.
He's granite, John, isn't he, with his safety? As you can see from that picture there, he can just hit the left-hand side of the red. I don't think he can hit it full enough to leave the white at this end of the table.
Yeah, the big problem he's got, if he plays that red, I don't think he can see enough of it to pot it. The only reason I say that, if he just plays it up and down, there's a possibility he could get the double kiss. I think he may take the pot on here. Not at any great pace, but just try and pot it. Just missed the double kiss. But a chance for Mark here. This red to the far left corner. He's got the insurance, if you like, of that red next to the black. So if he made a mistake, it wouldn't be automatically for Neil Robertson to win the frame, whereas if he knocked this red in, you'd fancy him winning it. Well, he went for it. The red he's played runs safe, but he's left a chance of 2 long pots. But that's 2 he's missed now in this frame. It's not like Neil to miss these type of long pots. And as I say, that's the second one he's missed in this frame. It could have put him right back into it.
And by a long way, John, as well, wouldn't it? You'd expect him to court the jaws with that one. Mark's definitely going to take this pot on and play for probably the brown or yellow. But needs to cover that other red with the blue. Just bounce it on and off the cushion. And get the line on the blue spot there, really, to cover that other red up. That's what you see there with the whiting. So you just have to be in such position that he won't leave that red just in case he missed it. Perfect on the yellow. Not a frame-winning opportunity here by any stretch, but he can certainly put himself in a real strong position now. The red up in baulk will pass the green into either pocket. So he might, well, I can say if he got nicely on the red without using the rest, he'd have played to get onto the brown, but he won't do that now. Just leave a half ball pink.
Yeah, 16 points to lead. He's going to need these 3 remaining reds. So that's the biggest hurdle. The red next to the black.
Thank you. 4.
The pink, exactly half ball. Just before the baulk line, in between the gap of the brown and green, and you'll get nicely on the red. Might be playing it into the other pocket. I don't know yet which he fancies. Yes, played it in the other pocket. Still the same result.
Ten.
23 ahead now, 43 remaining. 2 reds, 2 colours to win the frame.
Well, I just wonder what's the favourite thing to do here. Pot the red and roll up tight behind the brown. It's virtually impossible, Snooker. Obviously, if he gets an angle on the brown, he'll play the pot. But no, he's played it. My first choice.
11.
How's he going to hit this?
Mark Selby,
If he's
11.
covered the left-hand side cushion, he'll do extremely well to get anywhere close to this red. But if he's not covered the left-hand side cushion, it's a bad shot.
Well, it's very difficult when you're hitting the first cushion very quick. And just a bit narrow.
Foul.
Free ball, this. Free ball.
And a miss. Free ball.
So
Mark
now
Selby.
that does make a difference. 28 points the lead. If he potted the brown and the pink, that'd put him
35.
35 in front, but still 35 left.
Yeah, I might put it back here.
No, he can roll the pink in and then play the pink again, can he?
But he's going to have to play safe off the red if he's not got an angle on the pink to move it.
So you won't be happy with a 35 point
Of
lead
course I
with
would.
35
Of course
points
I would.
left.
Absolutely. But I'm just saying there's a choice of putting it back.
Well, he may even be able to get the cannon here and bring the red into play. So 35 points to lead.
7.
35 remaining. And I think this red is possible. If it doesn't go in, he'll get the snooker. Well, he played the snooker.
Mark Selby, 7.
Well, he's hit it, but he's not got it safe in the respect that if Mark was to pot this red, Neil Robertson wouldn't concede. It's a thin cut, so he might shy away from it because he's not certain where the cue ball could run to.
Clever little shot, that, pushing the brown into a slightly more difficult position for Snooker, because it was in a great position where it was. It's just made it slightly more difficult to get him behind the brown at some stage. Mark certainly won't be bringing the green into play here. Definitely keep the balls away from the green.
And because Neil needs the black with this red, if he's going to pot it, you'd think he'd like to leave the red at that end of the table. So he's played it firm, but purposely playing it off the top cushion, down the side cushion. Big favourite for this frame, but as we all know, it's a funny old game, things can happen. Now, will he be tempted with this cut? I think he may be. He should be able to control the cue ball here, so he doesn't going off into a pocket.
And that's certainly end of frame. He was made to sweat a little bit there with the last red still on the table. But of the two players, Selby will definitely be the more pleased of the two to have shared this mini session of 4 frames. You'd have thought at 2-0 in the session that Robertson would have had a chance to win one of them. He hasn't really had a chance in the last couple of frames where he can consider himself unfortunate not to have won it. Mark's dominated the last couple of frames, really. I'm sure that Robertson will stay in his chair or walk to the dressing room, and he has done that. So Mark Selby, no breaks of any significance in that frame, but the important thing was he shared the session, and he now takes a 2-frame lead again at 7-5.
Yeah, what an interesting 4 frames we've had. Who'll be the happier?
I think Mark Selby would be delighted to have got his lead back again, especially as it looked at one stage as if Neil Robertson was going to get stronger during that first session.
Your thoughts?
Yeah, in the UK final, the first session, Mark Selby dragged Neil into this type of game, and Neil didn't like it. And in the evening session, Neil stepped up his pace and really walked away with the final. So, yeah, those sort of long, scrappy frames definitely seem to suit Selby more.
And when you look back at the head-to-heads in the history books, where Mark Selby has been in front in semi-finals, and I'm thinking of the Australian semi-final, Neil Robertson hauled himself back in it and went on to win that. So that's the key for Mark Selby. He has to stay in front.
Yeah, but I mean, I really don't think there's much to choose between these two players. And if he comes out of the session, every time he plays a session, a mini session, level or in front, you can't argue with that. At this level, I don't think you can argue with it at all.
OK, right. Ken Doherty is over in the Winter Gardens, not far away from the Crucible Theatre, and he has got his assessment of what we've seen so far.
Yeah, a wonderful shot there from Neil Robertson. That frame almost proved dividends. He has a red into the corner pocket. He's trying to split the pack with a load of top spin, but what he's trying to do is bounce it. You see all the top spin comes off the cushion, just didn't get this red, look, just hampered him slightly on the blue into the top corner. Now we also have this on the slow-mo, and this is exactly what happens to cue ball when you bounce it over the top of the red. Just have a look at this. Some beautiful pictures. The cue ball bounces through the reds. The top spin helps the reds to split a little bit up, and of course bring the cue ball away from the reds and eventually hopefully onto a colour. Okay, let me see if I can do this with this shot. Now again, trying to bounce the cue ball on the top of the reds. It's a similar shot to what he had. I'm trying to pot this red here, bounce it over these 6 reds, pink, and hopefully up for blue or pink. Something like that, and similar situation to where Neil Robertson is. But you see the way the colours come out, and sometimes you get it right and sometimes you don't, and that's my history of demos.
Brilliant stuff. Thank you very much indeed. I knew there was a reason why we employed you for the last 2 weeks. Ken, great stuff. Thank you very much indeed. Time now then to catch up with Richard Osman. Regular viewers will know we've turned the TV hit quiz show Pointless into Potless. And here's today's question.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Potlist. Here's your question for the day, and it's one that one of the pair should have a big advantage for, because we asked our 100 people, we gave them 147 seconds to name anybody who's ever beaten Stephen Hendry or Steve Davis at the Crucible. So who's beaten Steve Davis or Stephen Hendry at the Crucible? There's hundreds of answers on the list, to be honest. Very best of luck to all teams, and Stephen, if you don't win this one, I don't know what to say.
All right.
Stuart Bingham has won.
Mark James.
Willie Thorne.
Sure, there's more players have beaten you. No, actually, there'd be more that's beaten me.
Peter Ebden.
Steve James.
Steve James beat you.
Steve James.
Right, well, Tony Knowles, remember that, but everybody would know that.
Tony Knowles.
Yeah.
So many people have beaten me here. Don't even think about it.
What was who beat you 10-1 or 20 Knowles?
I don't even want to talk about it.
Willie Thorne. What about Willie? Good old Willie Thorne.
That's all right. We're still on Steve James.
10-1, wasn't it?
So depressing.
Stuart Bingham. That might be unknown. He beat Hendry here, didn't he, one year?
Yeah.
It's like as bad as your 10-0 in the UK, but obviously it's not the world.
That was 9-0 actually.
Well, it's like 10.
But we're talking about the world. 10-1.
Oh, right.
I got one.
Okay, well, Hazel's got one straight away.
I got one.
Go for it, Hazel Irving.
Tony Knowles.
Tony Knowles.
Big shock, long time ago, first round. One of the seismic shocks. Yeah?
Go for it.
Tony Knowles.
Steve
Who did
James.
he beat? Who did he beat?
Stephen Hendry.
Well, that might be more obscure than me or Bingham.
I'd definitely go Steve James.
I'm happy with that. Steve James.
That's a great shout. He beat
James. Beat Hendry.
Yeah, great shout, Terry. Terry's come up with Steve James. I think that's a good shout.
9-0's worse than 10-1
Steve
in some
James.
ways.
But Steve lost 10-1.
Okay, we've heard what our teams think. Hopefully Steve and Stephen have won this one. But what do you think at home? There's a few pointless answers out there, might not have got them. I'll give you all the answers, all the scores at the end of the interval. Good luck.
Well, I know how much you're enjoying Potless, so do get involved using the hashtag Potless. So we'll give you the answer later. Back to Richard in a few minutes. And then, of course, if you've got a really good answer, we'll probably give you a mention on live television. So use the hashtag Potless. So Mark Selby leads here in this semi-final at the Crucible. Time now to get up close and personal with him. This is his 10th Crucible appearance, and he's playing well so far. Pushed all the way by Michael White in the first round, then saw off Ali Carter, and then beat Alan McManus in the quarterfinals.
I want to take you back to those heady days as you approach the World Championship final, Mark. Can you describe that incredible run and what it felt like to be in the midst of that?
Yeah, I mean, it was a strange one because I was going to the World Championships, obviously not in the top 16 at the time, so I was more or less like an outsider. I mean, I'd qualified the year before for my debut. A year later, I'm playing Stephen Lee, so I've gone there with no real expectations. Obviously, you go as a sportsman, you go to a tournament wanting to win every single tournament, but knowing I've never achieved anything before that, obviously it was difficult, so I was just going there to enjoy it really. And at one stage I'm sitting there in my chair 5-0 down to Stephen Lee thinking I'm going to be going out, and I managed to turn the match around, and then I got a lot of confidence from that, and I just seemed to kick on. And like I say, because I was enjoying it, obviously I seemed to play my best snooker.
You did, and then you get to this final on the Sunday night against John Higgins, 12-4 down. Then an amazing performance on the Monday. You got within one frame of him, 13-14. Did you really think you were going to do it at that point?
I did, yeah. I mean, it was disappointing because I got into the final, and obviously because the World Championships, as everyone knows, it's such a long tournament and it's so mentally and physically draining. I woke up in the morning of the final before the first session and I felt as if I'd just not slept all night. I had nothing left. And when I'd gone out there, I think it showed. I didn't really perform, and John obviously capitalised on my mistakes. I've gone back to the room that night 12-4 down, and I was heartbroken really because I more or less thought obviously this is my chance to win the world, and through no fault on my own obviously I've got nothing left and I've more or less lost it. I thought there's no way in the world I'm going to be beating someone of John's class from 12-4 behind, but I just thought I'd go out there and just obviously try my best and obviously not lay down and just go out there and enjoy the day really. Obviously it was a fantastic occasion, and before I know it I'm 14-13 and all of a sudden I've got a chance to win. But I think the last 5 frames, John obviously showed what a great champion he was and pulled away and played some great snooker.
What are you on track for, ultimately? What is the goal?
People have said to me, would you like to get back to #1? And yes, obviously it's an aim, but because I've actually got to #1 now, it's not obviously so much of a goal as what it was before I actually got to #1. At the back of my mind now, the only thing what's missing for me is the World Championships and obviously to win more tournaments.
Have you peaked? How much more is there, do you think, to come from you? And what are you doing to make sure that you haven't peaked?
I think there is a lot more to come. I'm still always just putting the hard work in as much as what I've always done before I've won them tournaments. I think obviously the travelling sort of comes into it a lot now. Like you say, you need to balance it a lot more for when you go to the major tournaments, so obviously you give yourself a better chance. But all I can keep doing is just keep putting the hard work in, and you can keep playing well at the moment. You're still not guaranteed to win a tournament with the standard the way it is.
A little chat with Mark Selby in the practice room the other day, and he said he finds that coming to the Crucible, he comes with that weight of expectation. And of course last year, and I know we've referred to this a number of times over the past week or so, last year he felt that expectation on him, completing the Triple Crown because he'd won the Masters in the UK, weighed heavily on him. Different approach this year, Stephen?
Yeah, well, he hasn't had the most successful season in terms of winning titles, so perhaps he's coming in with less expectation from himself. But he's definitely one of the favourites, and I think after what happened to him in the Masters against Ronnie, I think he's dying for another crack at Sullivan.
You think so?
Definitely.
And if he did make the final, and it was Ronnie O'Sullivan in the final, I mean, it would be a difference in styles. Do you think that he has enough to beat Ronnie?
I still think it's Ronnie's title to lose, as I've said many times. He's a strong favourite, and I personally can't see anyone beating him over a 35-frame match. But it's probably, Selby's probably got the game that might mess up O'Sullivan's rhythm if he gets a good start.
Stephen makes a good point that Mark Selby has got to finals this season, but he's lost them. Now, you boys know what it takes to win out here. Do you see those qualities in Mark Selby to win the title?
Oh yes, I think so. Yeah, and you could argue that by having had a little bit of disappointment this season, that's toughened him up. And he's absolutely raring to go. And I do think the way he walked out to start this semi-final, he really, as if he was very, very focused. I mean, you obviously should be, but it just looked like he wasn't afraid of what was happening. And I think if he gets to the final against Ronnie O'Sullivan, he's one of the few players who won't be afraid. No guarantees. He can hold who is the most amazing player the game's ever seen, but won't be afraid. You've got to be in that situation when you go into the match against Ronnie.
Because I thought it was really significant this morning, because when you're doing our morning programme, Stephen, I'm in the practice room and I can hear the World Snooker officials coming in to talk to the players and say, are they ready to come out? I found it really interesting. I'm just referring to the Barry Hawkins-Ronnie O'Sullivan match for just one moment. Against Sean Murphy, the officials came out and asked Sean Murphy, was he ready? And he said, how long have I got? He's asking for a little bit more time. Same happened to Barry Hawkins today. I'm no sports psychologist, but I'm wondering whether it's a real big issue that those boys are afraid to step out here and play Ronnie O'Sullivan. And whether you think Selby, do you agree with Steve, that Selby will be itching to go against O'Sullivan if that is the final?
Yeah, I think he's got that bit of character in him that he'll be really disappointed in his performance in the final of the Masters. Ronnie, really outplayed him from shot one, and Selby looked a little bit afraid of him and a little bit intimidated.
But if it's Neil Robertson, exactly the same goes. He won't be afraid either. So whoever faces, and we're talking as if Ronnie's won it.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah, but whoever he faces, if that is the case, he will go there and hold their end up.
OK, for the moment, thank you very much indeed. Time now to catch up with Florian Kohler and his trick shots.
Alright, this shot here is pretty crazy as well. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna hit the whites into the rail. It's gonna jump out of the rail. While the white ball lands here, still in motion, I'm gonna jump it again over the stripes into the one ball. This shot here is what I call a double draw shot. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit the white ball into the one, pot the one, then the white ball is going to draw back, then I'm going to hit it again into the five, make the five, then the white ball draw back, long rail, short rail, long rail, hit a triangle, make the 8 ball. shot here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit the white ball into the 1, make the 1, then white ball is going to go along the rail, hit the 8 ball, make the 5 in the side, and finish the 8 ball in that corner.
He is fast becoming the star of this year's Crucible Theatre Shenanigans. Wonderful stuff from Florian Kohler. However, he hasn't completed a century of century breaks. This bloke has.
Ladies and gentlemen, champion of the world, Neil Robertson.
There you were at the end of this match, draping the Australian flag over your shoulders. How many times have you since, or how often do you recall those moments in that match?
When I got to, when I went 17-13 up, that's when I was pretty sure I was going to win. It was getting quite late, Graham was tiring, and I thought, you know, there's no way he can win 5 frames in a row to win. And yeah, you know, the last frame I won, you know, in a couple of visits, and blew my mum a kiss when I potted, you know, the match-winning ball, and yeah, she was there, you know, waving like the flag and that, and yeah, you know, it was brilliant that she could come over for the final. It was obviously a surprise. I had no idea that she was coming. Remember, you know, it was only when I checked my voicemail after my semi-final with Ali Carter that, you know, she had left me a voicemail saying that they just left Singapore and they were going to be arriving on the day of the final. So yeah, then she came over fully prepared with the Aussie flag just in case, and yeah, you know, to win it with my mum there, you know, and to have the Aussie flag draped around me, holding the World Trophy, and there with my mum was you know, a memory I'll have you know, until the end of my days for sure.
And now, of course, you have an opportunity to become the most decorated. Well, you already are the most decorated in terms of world ranking titles that you've won, but no overseas player has won a world title twice. Is that a focus for you as a man who knows his stats?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely one of the reasons why I've chosen not to play in so many events this season, is to build myself up to the World Championship properly. You know, I felt as though with myself last year, especially in the World Championship, that I'd entered too many tournaments. I did have a feeling when Robert Milkins pretty much potted the match-winning balls against me to beat me 10-8, I was thinking in the back of my mind, like, oh, you know, I get a good 3 or 4 weeks off now. You know, thank God for that. I haven't had that all season. If you're a world champion, everyone kind of like, you know, you obviously get a lot of recognition for being world champion. I certainly don't believe in people fluking a world title or anything like that. I don't like it when people sort of say that you have to win another one to prove yourself. But to join the likes of, you know, someone like a Mark Williams or someone like that who's on too, you know, there's not many multiple world champions in our sport, and I think it's not something that I want to win to prove to somebody else. It's just something I want to win to become part of like a really special group of players. And you know, obviously I've achieved an awful lot in my career already, and I'm doing everything possible to make sure that I can win more Masters, win more UKs, and to win more World Championships. So you know, I'm on the right path, and you know, hopefully I can be standing alongside, you know, some of the greats.
Yeah, Neil Robertson, I mean, we won't forget what happened the other night for a long time, will we? It was just great to see that emotion.
Amazing, and as I said before, to get in the 100th century, it was almost like the pressure of a maximum on him. It was that intense, and you could see the release when he finally did it. It was an incredible
they were amazing
moment.
Scenes, weren't they, Steve?
Yes, and you know, to repeat myself from what we've said before, obviously there are more tournaments in the season, but he smashed Judd Trump's record from last year, which was 60-odd. And I suppose the question is, when will somebody better that? If there's no more tournaments in the season, when will somebody better that? It's tough to say when it's going to happen.
Well, you think the way the new system is with the money ranking list, you know, top players might pick and choose tournaments now and not playing as many, so it might never get beat.
OK, for the moment, thank you very much indeed. Lots of you tweeting us. Time to catch up with Richard and our potless answer.
Welcome back to Potless. How did you do on today's question? Earlier on I asked the legends to name anyone who'd ever beaten Steve Davis or Stephen Hendry at the Crucible. Now 4 of our teams, including Steve and Stephen, went for Steve James. Hazel and Jason didn't go for Steve James, they went for Tony Knowles. Now, won't surprise you to know Tony Knowles is a bigger scorer. Tony Knowles would have scored you 16. Steve James though, not a bad answer at all, 6 points. Now I know that JP and Ken were thinking of maybe going for Woody Thorne, and if they had, would have just won the whole round because Woody Thorne would have scored you 5 points. Even better answer, and there's quite a few answers actually that would beat 6. If they'd said Woody Thorne and Alan McManus both scored you 5 points. Well done if you said those. You'd got 3 points for Mark Selby, 2 for Ali Carter and 2 for Joe Perry. You'd have got 1 point for Stephen Lee. Now they're 2 pointless answers. They're both players who've beaten Steve Davis, and they are Anthony Hamilton, very well done if you said him, and Andy Hicks, another terrific answer. And a special shout out I think to Stuart Bingham, who's the lowest scorer of anyone who's beaten both of those players. Beaten them both and he scored 8 points. Well done if you said that.
Thank you very much indeed for all those tweets. Big hello to Alan Hughes and Graham Hannay, who said Andy Hicks, well done to you. And 2 people said Anthony Hamilton as well, Joe McClay and Adrian Wharton. Well done, fellas, well done. Right, you two, do you want to talk about any of those opponents? Let's dissect some of those matches.
No, I just want to talk about the league table. See who's
no, we're not doing that yet. No.
Oh, okay,
no,
fair enough.
Do you want to talk us through some of those defeats?
Not at all. No, all I want to talk about is the fact that losing 9-0 to Marcus Campbell is worse than losing 10-1 to Tony Knowles. Just all I want to say is, at least I won a frame.
It's up there. It's up there.
It's right up there. Right up there. OK, let's take a look at the league table then. Let's take a look at how it looks. Right, OK, so Steve and Stephen are top of the table. And, well, at least Hazel and I are not, you know, at least they're not propping up the table anyway. It's Willie and JV. Anything to say, boys, about you being top? There you are. Here's your opportunity to gloat.
Well, considering we spent our time winning, we didn't really know anything about all the other players, so that's what I'm going to say.
One of the reasons why I struggle, of course, to answer those questions, I don't remember you playing. I was only a nipper.
Oh, thank you very much. You made me feel great now, yeah, especially as I've got more hair than you. Yeah.
Very good. Thank you very much indeed. Right, here come the players. Back to the serious business. Mark Selby has a very slender lead. Back then to our commentary team, who are at the bottom of the Potless table, John Virgo and Willie Thorne.
Yeah, Jason, but there is a stewards for Willie and I. Stefan Mazarosas, as far as we're concerned, was Latvian. But they said he wasn't. He was from Leicester.
Thank you. Frame
that was 100
13.
points.
Mark Selby to break.
Mark Selby, definitely from Leicester, and has got that 2-frame advantage back. It's not a bad break off, but there may be a tempter here for Neil. If he can roll this red to the right corner and without having to do anything get position on the black, he'll take it on. Obviously didn't feel he had the potting angle to get position on the black. So he won the first 2 frames of this session, Neil. He'll be a little bit disappointed when he went into the mid-session break. Still 2 behind. Match time just over 4 hours, 20 minutes. There's been some tough frames the last few. It's really turning into a battle between these 2 great competitors. Average frame time moving up now to, well, nearly 22 minutes a frame. Average shot time. That's about normal for both these players. Neil Robertson sometimes can get a little bogged down and get up in the 30s.
Yes, the frame times being this long is not because they're missing balls. I mean, the standard of safety has been very good, apart from just then. That's another challenge. You talked about it earlier, John. They're hitting the baulk colours a lot today. Normally these 2 players would very rarely hit a baulk colour in playing back into baulk, but they've done it a few times today.
Yes, and here's a chance for Neil Robertson. He was up over 80 long pot success. He's dropped the last frame before the mid-session into. He had a couple of long pot chances which he missed. He has this red to the left corner pocket. You'd think he could get on the black, but looks like he's refusing it. Of course, he's got a nice target there with the green and brown, so he may be thinking there's more value in playing a good safety. A bit too much side on that. Okay, he's missed the yellow. And of course, being such a good long potter, Neil Robertson, as you hear that little tap on the table, and I'm sure Mark said shot, he's purposely put him on the left-hand side of the table because it's not easy to play safe. It's a bit congested. This is his view. There's no escape down the left-hand side of the table as Mark looks. Obviously there's a pot on, but as you can see, running into other balls. Be a dangerous shot to take on. So this escape back to balk. Got to get a good cue ball here. Needs to miss the yellow. Well, the flick off the yellow has made it pretty good. You can get to this red on the left-hand side of the table, but hampered as he is, he's got to hit this well. Well, didn't even want to risk going back to the balk end. Just a containing safety. And pretty good.
The blue's in the way to be guaranteed to get in behind green and brown. Obviously, he'll be queuing up in the air here, but we've got to miss the blue. I don't think he can get in behind brown and green because of the blues in exactly the line that he wants to take.
Foul.
That was tough.
Neil Robertson 4.
But to going off, not good. He's obviously trying to get the other side of the middle pocket. So a couple of long pots, but the black now not available. I'm sure the black doesn't go into the right corner. Looking at either of these two reds to this left corner pocket. Deciding to leave the straight red, and we'll be screwing back. The pink is available, but he may have ideas of screwing back for blue or balk colour, but this just makes the pot that more difficult. Well, he's set an angle, he can play the run through. And a good pot it was. And that's the advantage, of course. When your opponent goes in off, you can adjust that cue ball any which way you like in the D. And he just found enough angle to make the pot easier. But not quite at the right angle on the blue. But just looking, if he screws back a foot, there you go. The worst way, really, just the wrong side of straight. But he's had a look. See if he can get on this red just to the right of the pink. That's the one I'd be thinking of. Just screw back, foot 18 inches. And if he's straight on this red, just stun it in, and he's on the pink to the left middle, or a stun run through. I think the black may be available into the opposite corner. It's not a bad chance now.
Seven.
Oh, I'm sure for a moment Neil thought he'd let that cue ball run just a bit too far, but it stopped just in time. Straight on this black, it'd have been a formality, just roll it in and play for the red that's just below the cue ball at the moment to the opposite corner. And that would release the black for both corner pockets, but is it easy to get on that red? He must think he can.
You switch that off, please.
I think he perhaps thought he was getting a little kiss as well. He can still get through to this red, but perhaps thought he was just going to kiss that second red there. Probably thought he was just going to flick off that. But he's played it hard enough to be able to see it, as you can see there.
Just getting up off the shot. There's something whistling. I don't know whether it's a phone or what have you, but it's a distraction he could do without. This is a good chance here.
$15.
There was no need to play a kiss there, bound to be on choice of reds, but didn't really want to be queuing over the top of one, but the fact that he's got to do nothing with the cue ball but just to roll this in means it shouldn't cause him any problems, even though he is hampered, as you can see.
23.
Wanted to be high on this black rather than low.
Yeah, but as you say, Willie, with him being hampered, he just had to play the run through. Now, you'd expect him to be on a red, but it's not a straightforward positional shot, this.
And he's trying to push this red out of the way, but I still don't see how he can get the white more than 4 or 5 inches into play, either from higher than this, where it's going to finish now. It's hard to see the white wasn't going to do anything. He has got a bonus, though, this red on the left-hand middle, and he's very lucky to get through to this. And the white couldn't do anything there. And if he's on this red in the middle, he has been fortunate.
Well, he's just about... Yes, there you see it, as you say. This is a big second prize. That was a bonus to be on that red. And now pot the blue, play a little cannon on the 2 reds together, just a soft little cannon, catch the join of them. You wouldn't want to hit it hard. Just a soft little cannon, and he'll have a choice of reds. If he hits it hard, or too hard, one of those reds could block the black from going in the left corner, so just a delicate little screw shot here. Well, was he too thin on the blue to play the delicate shot?
I think he was, John. Yeah, 36. I think he was a little bit too thin, but if he hits it full ball, as you rightly said, he's still been on it nicely. The fact that he caught it half ball just meant he's lost the cue ball.
Well,
37.
great recovery. once again, you could say he was a little bit fortunate to have that as an option, but take nothing away from the pot. He's looking at the pink. I thought the black went into the left corner, but probably he thinks the pink offers better position on the red. Pink was a bit harder than the black, but played it nicely. Great chance now.
43. $44.
I can only presume, John, the black must have been tight in that left-hand corner, because the pink was certainly a little bit more difficult than the black. But he's done it nicely this time, and no problem at all in getting onto the offending red. Well, there's that picture of that black, John. That's probably why I didn't play for the black. Is you can only see the centre of the pocket, not both sides. Still pots, though, but made sure by playing for a colour that was in open play. Oh, goodness me, it's been hard work this break, hasn't it?
Well, he used all the pocket there, didn't he? I mean, give him credit for playing the more difficult pink, because the black was unmissable. But he played the pink for position.
51.
Such belief in his potting prowess as Neil. So there you see it, 61 ahead, 83 remaining.
57.
Couple of reds, couple of colours. It looks a
58.
formality. Quick glance at the scoreboard from me, where you see
64.
68 ahead, 75 remaining. Potless red goes 69 in front, with just 67 left.
65.
But he'll know he doesn't want to get dragged down in his opponent playing for snookers, so he'll be making certain of this black. He'll be a bit disappointed he missed the cannon. 76 ahead.
72.
67 remaining. So 3 4-point snookers required. May encourage Mark Selby to play on.
72.
It looks as though he is. It's a big ask. I think Neil Robertson's done enough, but he'd love to have potted that red and had this frame put to bed now.
Thank you. 1.
So Mark will concentrate now on trying to get blacks with these remaining 3 reds near the top cushion, and then consider playing the snooker. Well, that was the master plan, but he's run out of position.
8.
He's looking to see if this ready cannon will go. It's tight, isn't it? So just having to play safe off.
Extended rest.
Oh no, extended rest now. At the moment, 68 points behind. 3 4-point snookers required. I suppose if he potted the pink or the blue, he'd still only need 3 snookers. This is tight though. Does it go in? Well, I don't think he played the pot.
Thank you.
Didn't play the
Mark
pot. He
Selby
played
takes.
safe off that red. Well, this red's coming over the middle pocket, so you would think just drop this in, and that's the point of no return for Mark.
One. Seven. Eight. 15.
Well, it's not there, but it doesn't matter. Frame was over long before then. It was an early 72 from Neil Robertson that sowed the seed, and he reduces arrears once again to just one frame. Yeah, it was an interesting frame, that, Willie, and when Neil was hampered by the green and played that containing safety, you didn't see a lot of danger there, did you, for Mark?
The fact that the blue was definitely in his line, that was the problem. So what he's actually trying to do is hit this thin and swerve it. So he's actually trying to hit it thin and then let the side take. But the side doesn't take, does it? It skids. It just goes straight through the red. And you'll see that at the last minute it just start to swerve. But, you know, he was expecting that cue ball to arc then and hit the right-hand side of the cushion, but it didn't happen.
And of course, I mean, near enough, you can put the cue ball anywhere in the D. If they'd left this red straight, it'd have been a tough shot, but he managed just to find an angle. He was nearly hampered by the green, but you see, just off straight, so he can play it with a bit more confidence. There's not as much pace. In it went, good straight cueing, and from that, made a 72, which in effect was the frame winner.
Thank you. Thank you. Frame 14. Neil Robertson to break.
So as in the first mini session, Robertson wins the first game after the interval, and he'll be trying to level the match now at 7-all. It always looked like being a very close encounter, this. I just wonder who's going to take the game by the scruff of the neck and at some stage go 3 or 4 frames clear. Maybe ding-dong all the way, maybe touch and go all the way to the last few frames. And it's all about heart and bottle. Good pot that, needs a kiss on the yellow. If he hasn't got one, he can only play snooker. Once again, now Mark Selby sometimes does play the attacking safety. Either he could play the green into the bunch and screw back. Let's see what he does this time. I mean, these players are just too good to leave a one-cushion escape. Yeah, he's playing the green into the bunch and screwing back. Now, this is what I thought Neil would do early on in the match. Well, didn't quite get the bunch, and amazingly enough, he's clipped the red over the corner.
Mark Selby
It's
won.
strange, isn't it?
Yeah, and you've got to say a little bit careless, because he should have known the angle there. Where to hit the green on the side cushions to go in the main bunch of reds. He didn't have to hit them that hard. But that was his intention. Good attacking safety, but flicking the reds after pot on, and he can't believe it. Well, he's knocked the red in, but he won't be happy where the cue ball's finished. Unless he can just drop this green in and find a red to go for. Don't know if the outside red on the left-hand side of the table goes to the middle. Well, we're having a look. Don't think so. Well, he's got a slight angle on this green, but near the cushion, tough shot. Well, that was a very good effort, I tell you. To be that close to the cushion and get that much pace into the cue ball made the pot more difficult. and getting the movement on the cue ball. Excellent shot. As I said earlier, he can pot a ball, this boy.
Not guaranteed to get a good angle on the pink or blue here in potting this red. And it needs a good angle. There's only one loose red left.
Thank you. 5.
Now, if the red pot's in the middle, he may play for it, but otherwise he may have to play the cannon onto the red to push it to the corner.
Yeah, well, we had a look before that red didn't go to the middle, and okay, he's made the pot easier by playing for the pink, but being on the pink at this angle, I'm not certain where the next red comes from.
Yeah, I think he's going to have to push that red over, that loose red. He's not playing it, he's playing around the back of the pack. Obviously that's red is available if it bounces. Has it gone far enough? His body language tells me no. And when you see that picture, the picture tells you no.
Yeah, but I can see the reason now he played for the pink, because the pink spot wasn't available. It was going on the black spot. So another inch of roll, and he'd have been on the red to the corner. Is he trying to bend the cue ball? Oh, that was risky.
Robertson, 11.
Basically, what he's hoping, he's playing a lot of left-hand side, and he thought he could just push the red to the right, but that was a risky shot to take on. Could cost him dear.
1.
So good angle on the pink here. He'll be going into these and he won't be holding back. Oh, well, he got the secondary spin, so to speak, but that just nestled the cue ball further into the red.
7.
See, stopped away from him, and then that backspin just took them into the red. So, well, I'm saying he's not on anything. Neil Robertson had a couple of second prizes in the last frame. Mark's had one there. And that was a terrific pot and very good control of the cue ball. Well played.
$14. 15.
Looks as though the top red of the cluster will certainly go to the right middle. And obviously goes to the left corner. And he's struck that really well.
21.
Yes, angle needed now on the next colour. This is the last of the loose reds apart from the one in baulk, so purposely left
22.
his pink half ball. Doesn't want to hit one of these two reds to the right of the black full ball. It hits either of them half ball, or even the joint of the two reds, he'll push one towards the middle. But if he hits it full ball, he could stick on them. That was always the problem.
Yeah, and playing at that pace, it's very difficult to know exactly which red you're going to get into, and he just got in the one just to the right of the black. Just caught the joint. I must admit, he couldn't have played it much better, but as I've always said, when you come off the top cushion with that bit of top spin, it reverses to a, it's almost like a stun shot, isn't it? That's why
When it hits the pack, yeah, especially when they hit the full ball. He just caught the black and the red at the same time. A little unlucky to have stuck on them, hitting the joint, I thought. Full ball he definitely would have done, but
Mark Selby, 20.
got a nice lead. It's only 18 points.
So saw a similar pattern to quite a few of the frames this afternoon. Neither player winning it in one visit, but then we get this tactical battle. Now, if Mark Selby gets the next chance, you'd fancy him winning the frame. Half-hearted attempt at that pot, thinking he wasn't going to leave anything should he miss it. He was wrong. I think Mark can get past the yellow. This red's on to the right centre.
Just that little flick on the red, but the flick on the black's help. The flick on the red was no good to him because it was sending the white towards the cushion, but the flick on the black made it better again, because that's the line the cue ball would have took anyway. Just that little flick on the red was going to take him to the cushion until then. If Mark can win this frame, he can relax a little bit. When you get to 8, you know you can't be behind going into the next session, and now he can probably take a chance he may not have done to make sure he can get at least a 2-frame lead, if not more, going into the 3rd of 4 sessions. He'll certainly feel a lot better when he gets to 8.
Six.
It's always a danger with that shot, isn't it? You're frightened of overscrewing, and then you can bet your life you'll underscrew. And because he was straight on the red, he didn't want to run through for the blue because he knew he couldn't get the right angle, but just wanted to screw back another couple of inches. So you'll have to run into another red here. Well, he did manage to just... Well, he was trying to hold it, and that's the problem. You try to hold them, and you just take your eye off the pot. Big chance. Gone. Just try to pinch a little bit of the pocket to hold for the red. Big shot this now. Not there, so as he did in... Where's that red going? Well, I thought for a moment he might be going into the left middle, but I know there's one that will go to the right middle, and Mark Selby will be very, very relieved. Having missed that pink on his last visit, he's come straight back to the table with a chance of winning the frame.
Yes, and the worrying thing for Neil Robertson's supporters is that every long shot thick when he's missed it. All of a sudden, they've disappeared a little bit. He's played three long ones that he's missed. Obviously potted more than he's missed, but and every one thick.
Yeah, when you look at that, you think he's just maybe putting a tracer right-hand side, it's just pushing the cue ball into the red. He was very straight on that pink, but...
7.
With it being so close to the pocket, could use all the pocket for position. And taking the opportunity to develop the red, but it's not worked out ideally, this. Okay, that red's potable, but he's not got the right angle on the blue. He may have to force this cue ball in and out of balk. Is he going to run? Is the blue... It's okay, but this red...
13.
Although it's very close to the middle, it's a very thin cut. So much so. Does he fancy it? It's very thin. 37 points to lead, 59 remaining. No. Now, what's he left? We
Mark
know
Selby,
that the
13.
red to the left middle isn't on from where the cue ball is. The yellow's covering the red in baulk. He's got this one to the corner. As we see that red missed by Mark, he's now got to sit down and wonder. Now, this is the type of shot he's missed a few of the last couple of frames. And there's another one to add to the list.
That one, I can't believe, John. That was a lot closer to the cue ball. I expected him to knock that one in, but look how far he's missed it by. He's just going through a little spell that you do in these long matches sometimes, where all of a sudden everything's hard work.
So Mark Selby,
One.
that's twice now he's made mistakes and comes straight back to the table with a chance of clinching the frame.
How often at this level, John, do you make two mistakes and get another one, another chance to win?
Very rare. Pots this red.
6.
Goes 44 ahead with 43 remaining.
7.
And it'd be an extremely relieved Mark Selby. OK, he might have still come out of this session either in front or no worse than all square, but this has really been a bonus. He's made a lot of mistakes in this frame, and it hasn't cost him. And if that doesn't give you confidence, nothing will.
Yeah, and
12.
when you win a frame, those mistakes you can erase out of your mind. They don't stay with you.
Mark Selby, 12.
Well, obviously barring snookers, Selby will be going 8-6 in front, but that was a poor miss. Needs to make sure of that last red.
Yeah, and this is, of course, what no player wants, to have a frame drag on needlessly. If it had potted that red, there's no way Neil would have come back to the table. Looking to be on the black. Nothing else will do.
1.
And these two 4-point snookers at the moment. So he can't play the brown, he's got to pot the black. If he pots the brown, he'll need 3 4-point snookers. Now, he'd love to run past the brown and leave himself. He's not.
8.
Now, normally, you would try and leave this red on the table. Possibility of 1 snooker. Free ball, and 1 snooker would be enough. 41 points behind. 35 remaining. Well, he didn't play the pot. He tried to stun the cue ball behind the yellow and was just an inch, that's all, short of pace.
Well, that puts the frames beyond any reasonable doubt. Wife Vicky applauding, knowing that her husband's going too clear again at 8-6. The only worrying thing for me, John, OK, Mark's won a couple of frames this afternoon, but he's been doing it with not big breaks anyway. Made 1 break over 50 since frame 7. Against an opponent like Neil, you're going to have to win more frames in one visit. I think he might show a bit more form after this frame, where he's not been punished for his mistakes.
Yeah, you can't rely on your
17.
opponent, keep leaving your chances. You've got to do it yourself at this level.
I mean, they're both blessed with amazing cue power. He's got that cue ball around the table off virtually just off straight blue.
$28.
So no complete clearance, but that little timely 28 towards the end of the frame takes him 2 clear again at 8-6.
Foul. Mark Selby 28. Neil Robertson 7. Frame Mark Selby.
Yes, there is definitely a pattern emerging here. A 2-frame advantage once again to Mark Selby. You just get the feeling this is going to go right down to the wire, isn't it, Steve?
Yes, but I mean, that was the most tense frame, I think, certainly from the players' perspective. They felt the heat there. Both players uncharacteristically missing balls by quite some distance from the pocket, not even wobbling them in the jaws. So it is getting tough out there.
Steve describes it as tense. Other people may describe it as a bit scrappy.
Yeah, it's certainly, you know, if you're being polite, you'd say it was tough match snooker. And it is. I mean, you can't get much more to play for than getting in the world final. Mark Selby will be relaxed now. He knows he's going to at least be level going into the next session, 8-6 in front. So one of the last two to get a lead. And
Steve, when you look at Mark Selby's record this season, he's got to the UK Championship final, lost. Got to the World Championship final, lost. World Open, that is, and then also the Masters final and lost. So is that hurt driving him on in this tournament?
Well, I think he certainly could be a bit between his teeth as far as having some resolve as the season's progressed. But one thing he's obviously not short of is match practice. We talk about Ding Junhui, Neil Robertson and Ronnie O'Sullivan being the big winners, and they've had plenty of match practice, but obviously Mark's there and thereabouts.
If you were giving these boys marks out of 10, school teacher Henry, what would you give them right now?
I think for Neil Robertson, it seems to be 1 step forward, 2 steps back all the time. He seems to be, he's obviously scoring the heavier. But Selby, he's just brilliant at putting bad shots behind him and just soldiering on and winning frame after frame.
That, ladies and gentlemen, is a refusal to give marks out of 10. That's how to do it. Politicians' answer. Very diplomatic. Thank you very much. Back to John and Willie.
It's always very interesting to hear the comments of two of the legends of the game, and I'm certain that Neil Robertson and Mark Selby want to be legends, and they're on the way there. Neil Robertson, of course, already a world champion. But I think this session, Willie, and the importance of it has just overtaken the match, really. There's a lot of tension out there, and I think both players, as was indicated by Steve Davis, are just feeling it at the moment.
Yeah, I think they've both come into this session trying not to lose a session rather than to win it. I mean, neither players took this session by the scruff of the neck and gone for balls. Robertson in the early part of this session probably played the more aggressive of the two, but Mark, albeit once again, has not at his best, but he's winning frames, and that's what makes him such a difficult man to beat.
But he won't be happy with that. His safety play, to be honest with us, is as bad as I've seen it. It really is. I mean, he's found the baulk line more than the baulk cushion in this session. Well, he's got one in this time. He's missed quite a few of these.
I think the fact that he played it as a shot for something rather than a shot for nothing, John, do you think the fact that he hit it, was able to stroke it in there rather than power it in, made it a little easier?
Yep, certainly does. The harder you hit them, the more accurate your cueing's got to be. I think he's okay. Match time just coming up. Well, 5 hours, 14 frames.
7.
Average frame time, just over 21 minutes.
8.
Yes, if you think if one player starts to get a grip of the match and winning the frame at one visit, the average frame time will probably come down to about 17 or 18 minutes. It's just that they're both needing 2 or 3 chances per frame at the moment to win frames. I think there's only been about 4 frames in the match that a player has won the frame at one visit.
$13. 14.
Might just flick the pink into play here if the red behind the pink doesn't pot. If the red pots behind the pink, he won't. It's probably, we'd actually like to hit the 2 reds together and leave the pink exactly where it is. If you can just miss the pink, but he's playing it low, so he might be playing straight into the pink. Whatever he was playing, it hasn't worked. I don't know whether he's playing to miss them or hit them both at the same time. What do you think, John?
19.
I think he was trying to miss it one, and he just didn't get into the cue ball enough, because it appears as though that red just below the pink did go. And maybe the one he kissed went as well, but it's a head shaker.
Neil Robertson, 19.
Well, Mark having a very close look at these 3 reds in the middle of the table. Are they a plant? It's going to go close. The only thing that would concern him, if he does play the plant, there's no clear path for the cue ball back to the balk end. So if you go for it, you better be sure you can get it. He's taking it on. And he's got it. And he's on the black. Considered it worth the risk. And he was right. Just coming round, hoping that this black will go to the right corner. We'll soon know the way he plays this pot on the red to the left corner. The black obviously goes. This is a golden opportunity.
$16. $17.
Well, this is the first time, for as long as I can remember, that we've had Mark in the balls around at the black spot, and it's just come right at the right time. And obviously, with him being such a prolific break builder, he's made over 300 competitive
24.
centuries. From this position, you'd expect him to win the frame.
25. $32. 33.
Yes, these balls are in the position you put them up in practice just to get your curling arm going. Just a series of little stuns and screws, didn't necessarily have to hit a cushion here. It's always a good practice routine when you're playing on your own at the club. Just try and make 50 or 60 points without touching the cushion, and you'd set them up like this to do that.
48. $49.
Four shots on the trot without hitting the cushion. I just wonder if
56.
Finished low enough on the black here just to hold the white again. It's a lot easier when you don't hit cushions. Obviously, you never know how they're going to react. This time he's just using the cushion. You can see he's going to be a little bit lower on this black than he wanted, but it's still okay.
Now he's played the cannon. Has it gone wrong?
64.
He's 45 points in front. There's 59 remaining. He could not have expected that. Whether he played the cannon or he thought he was just going to drift past that red, what's happened there is unbelievable.
I can only presume he played the cannon on the pink, John, not on the red. But, I mean, Mark Selby's too good a player to have risked hitting the red.
But you couldn't believe you'd be on nothing.
Yes, it was the red to get onto the black, wasn't it? Just finished too low on the black. It's been costly.
Mark Selby, 64.
Yeah, it's a decent lead. But there's still plenty of points on. Should Neil Robertson get an opportunity? And there you see it again. Yeah, maybe you just thought if I hit that red, I'm bound to be on the one in the middle. But as I've said on many occasions at this game, you can't drop your guard for a second. Don't assume anything. First task for Neil Robertson. Can he get this safe? Just having a look at this red, second left, if it will pass the pink. If it does, there's a chance he could play the pot and find a path for the cue ball back to the balk end. Well, he found the path back to the balk end, and I think the red in open play is covered by the blue. OK, the red he played has gone at the side cushion. That's no help when you're 45 points behind. But just to get it safe, you'd be happy with. Now Neil would love to get this red away from the left-hand cushion, but it's a very dangerous red to play safe off. So close to the cushion, every chance of a double kiss. So he'd have to really be pushed into a corner to play that. And this red he's playing now is possible. Okay, he's got the cue ball back to the balk end, but he'd have liked to have seen that red go in, believe me. Decent lead, but not a winning one yet.
And you talked about it earlier, John. He's just not finding the top cushion. He's had second prize there. Gets he into the green.
Now this time there's a possibility of playing off that red that's very close to the left-hand cushion, because he can hit it quarter ball this side. He'll avoid the double kiss, just got to get the line of the cue ball correctly. Always be wary of the blue in the middle of the table off these shots. Well, he played with a lot of right-hand side to check it up. It's not bad, but it's not the best cue ball. Now I'm a little bit surprised that Mark isn't just having a look to see if there's a possibility of a plant on these two reds to the middle. Well, not makeable from where he is.
I think there's a bit of value in taking this red on and playing two cushions for the yellow.
Yeah, you can see the value in that, Will.
I decided to play the other red and just screw off the other one, but he wouldn't have been moving reds around if he'd have took the outside one of the two.
There was a wry smile on Mark's face when he looked at that, so I assume that he feels as though he's left this on for Neil. Well, he didn't. He just tried to get the snooker. And as the blue come to his rescue, because he's not got it behind the brown.
The red was obviously more difficult than it looked from here. It looked like he was virtually straight to play it into the black pocket, John. Don't know why he didn't play the pot.
No, he played the snooker and didn't get it. Still doesn't make this safety shot any easier, trying to find a path back to balk. Too thick. Too thick. He's been fortunate. He's been fortunate there. Once you hit the safety that thick, you're entitled to leave something a little bit easier than he has done.
Got to take it on, John, hasn't he, with the rest. This slow screw to the side cushion and try and hold for the black.
Be disappointed though, won't he, that he's not got anything easier than this to go at. But as you say, you just feel sometimes that one good pot, one good positional shot, and we could have a new favourite for this frame. But this is tough.
It must be thinner than it looks from our comparative positions. It doesn't look like he can hold for the black now.
Well, I think he'll use side and top cushion to play for the black, but needs the pot. It's there, but he didn't really get into it as he would have liked. And he's not on this black good at all. In fact, just got into a little bit too much. I mean, looking at that angle, maybe done better screwing round the back of the black for the black in the opposite corner. 44 points behind, 51 remaining.
It's amazing that extra 4 points. Say there was only 40 points in it. There's plenty of value taking the black on, knowing that Mark can't win the frame by just potting the red. But of course, with there being 4 points in it, he can't take the black on really. Because Mark
Robertson
could
one.
have just rolled the red on the cushion, should have missed it.
Yep.
Still well in this frame where the balls are, though, because the red on the back cushion is no problem should you get on it. So a lot of work, a lot of thinking to do for Mark.
Well, I hope Mark can reach this, because if he needs the long rest with a spider, you'll need a box to stand on. He's got to play this red that's tight on the cushion. Well played, that wasn't easy. Believe me. Nervy moments in this match. That took for a steady hand. Well, he's going to run off this red, but I don't know whether I'd want to leave my opponent a chance of dropping this red in, to be honest with you. Because the red is all he needs. If it's tight on the cushion, I'd fancy Mark to pot it. Well, it's just off. If it was tight, he'd play it. But just off, it's risky.
Yeah, the red that's just past the middle pocket, he'd like to hit that full in the face and take the white down towards the green pocket, but the red's likely to kiss into the brown or yellow. That's what's causing him a problem here.
Yeah, you're right. There's not much of a gap for that red to come back up the table, is there?
I think it's more important to try and get the red safe and not so much the white here. He's took a chance. He's played a good white as well. Excellent safety shot. Well played.
Yeah, and he'll be pleased where the red's finished. He'll be very pleased where the red's finished. That's tied those two reds up now on the top cushion. A little bit of insurance.
It's okay taking the pot on as long as you can guarantee you get an angle on the black. And should he have got the red, the angle on the black wasn't good. Well, once again, the red's on, but if he takes it on, there is a gap around the black of the black, and he can get onto a pink or bought colour. As long as you don't hit it thick. If you hit it thick, you might get into the two reds, which is what you don't want to do.
Well,
Mark
amazing.
Selby 4.
And knocking the red in means that he now needs snookers. 48 points behind, just 43 remaining. I was a little surprised he played at that pace, but it was the way he was more comfortable playing the pot. There you see it. 2 snookers needed.
And as in yesterday's session, John, of the last frame of the first session, it was a massive frame to either be 2 frames behind or 4, and he made a break of 133. What he wouldn't give for another one of those.
And that's it. That dots the I's, crosses the T's in this frame.
1.
And Mark Selby stretched his lead to 3. When you lose the first session in these 4-session matches, that's where they played. First 3 sessions
5.
of 8 frames, and then the final session of 9. But Neil Robertson wanted to win this session. He can't win it now. The best he can do is go all square. And he concedes. So Mark Selby has done very well in that frame. Played a very, very good plant early on in it. And that was a catalyst for him going 3 frames ahead at 9-6.
24 minutes on the nose, that frame. And I suppose the danger for both these two, given the short work that Ronnie O'Sullivan is putting into his semi-final against Barry Hawkins, is that these boys are going to go through a mentally draining couple of frames of snooker here, and that could have an impact on Sunday's final, whichever player gets through.
Well, what's happening in this match is each player is putting himself under undue stress. Every time they get to pot in frame winning ball, or the frame after his opponent needs a snooker, they're not potting the next ball. So we're left with sort of 15 minutes, 20 minutes, strategy at the end of each frame, and that can take its toll.
Steve?
Yeah, I mean, to some degree, it's gone a little bit flat, the match, because it's become very tactical, and everybody, there's a lot of posing and a bit of studying going out there. And look, it's a very serious match.
Posing?
Yeah, well, not posing, studying. But not posing. But there's a lot of walking around the table to work out, right, because the tactics are so strong. Mark Selby is arguably one of the hardest tacticians to play against, and it's very difficult to break free of that if you think you're even the one that doesn't want to play like that. Perhaps the same as applied to Neil Robertson his last match. Somebody say, like, try and speed it up, try and push it. But it's hard to push the pace against Mark Selby because he's a predator. He'll just wipe all the rest of the balls up because he's not unable to knock them all in given a chance.
And also, given what's at stake, Stephen.
Oh, absolutely. There's huge pressure. I mean, I think Willie mentioned it. This is a massive session. They've obviously got 2 sessions tomorrow, but Selby now has a lead. And like last night, can he extend it to 4 frames? Because that would be huge, because you can't see these players, too often winning maybe 3, 4, 5 frames in a row.
Is Mark Selby, for you, in exactly the same position as maybe you would want to be at this stage of the match, Steve, going into the 3rd session?
Well, you can't argue at being, having the chance to open up a 4-frame lead. It's a marvellous situation to be in.
So Mark Selby leads by 9 frames to 6. Let's see what Neil Robertson can do. Can he hold himself back into this match? Here we go.
He did it at the end of the first session, as we were just discussing towards the end of the last frame in commentary. The last frame of the afternoon session, he was either going to be 2 or 4 frames behind, and he made the biggest break of the match, 133. What he wouldn't give for another one of those. Mark Selby, even though he's in front, his safety has got to improve. He hasn't been finding the baulk line until now. This looks perfect. That's the best safety shot he's played for the afternoon.
Well, he thought when he played that red there wasn't a lot of danger, but as I say, take nothing for granted at this game, and that red he played has somehow found its way over the middle pocket. was able to control it so nicely on, well, you'd think, the green. Just gives you a better angle to get the cue ball back to this end. And this looks inch perfect.
Well, it goes without saying it's not a great pack to go into from the black, but he possesses a wonderful amount of cue power. You'll see this cue ball arc. And once again, needs a half ball kiss, not a full ball kiss on these bottom reds. This time he's got the half ball kiss. Just look at the arc he gets on this here as well. Suddenly takes off and kisses exactly half ball. Couldn't have turned out better.
Too thin a potting angle, too all for the blue, but once again nicely on the green. And he'll know the magnitude of this frame. He's won the first session 5-3. If he can win this frame, then he will win this session 5-3. And that 93% pot success is exactly the type of pot success that Ronnie O'Sullivan is producing in the other semi-final.
Doesn't appear like that watching it, does it? But he's not, you know, whenever he's played safe, he's obviously not taking a pot on.
Yeah, I don't think he's missed many easy balls. It's just he's run out of position a few times. And of course, when you run out of position, it's not a missed pot.
Safe.
You play safe.
Now then.
25.
He'll play the kiss on the outside red if the red in the middle of those three above the black pot. If not, he'll go into them. It's a lot of screw back, and I think he may have a result here. The red pot's in the yellow pocket.
32.
You made it sound easy, Willie, but...
No, I did say that.
But
Look at the spin on they had on the ball there, but he's taking it on, John. And it's there.
yeah, didn't have to do a lot with a cue ball, but the pot was difficult. You can set up a frame-winning chance.
Hasn't done it in one frame all afternoon. There's every chance he can do it in one visit here. Right at the right time. What a kick that was. Luckily for Mark, with such a terrible kick, it's not too bad if he just popped the blue, but if that red wasn't over the middle pocket, you see that ball bouncing all over the place, it would now be almost out of position and not be able to continue the break. I think he could just roll this in, John.
Yeah, sometimes you get those kicks and, as you say, it could be end of break, but just got to drop this blue in, don't have to do anything with the cue ball. Was able to do that, so still on track to have a 4-frame advantage at the end of this second session.
And a night off to recuperate, John, as well, because this has been a tough battle, hasn't it, this afternoon?
Oh, it's been hard match snooker. And spare a thought for the referee, our referee Olivier Martel. I mean,
52.
He's got to concentrate on every shot. He doesn't have little time sat down, and I was talking to him at the mid-session break, and he said, I've really got to have my wits about me because there's a lot of safety and a lot of things that he's got to keep his eye on. And he's done well this afternoon.
$53.
So this black will put him 60 points in front with 75 remaining. Didn't see that one coming.
Mark Selby, 53.
Didn't see that.
I can only think Johnny changed his mind there. You know, he was thinking about playing for the loose red, and all of a sudden he think, well, God, I can't miss the black. I'll just play to get the 4 reds into play.
Yeah, when, as you say, if he pots the black, gets on the loose red, pots that and another black, it'd have been snookers required. What's he left?
Well, the key thing is he's got the black safe. I mean, he's been very fortunate, hasn't he, there?
Well, I think he's got a choice of reds. I think he can get through to the one to the left middle, which would offer him easy position on the pink. Plenty of points to play with.
One.
Doesn't need a black off any of these reds, but to win it at this visit, he'll need the black to win the frame, if he gets that far.
Yeah, that's been Mark Selby's Achilles heel this season, even though he's been playing great snooker. When he gets to a frame ball sometimes, he's just not... He's just getting a little bit of clinches disease. He never used to have that. He used to, like, always clear up when the balls were in this position. But he's just got that little bit of doubt when he knew it's such an important frame, just quit on that a little bit.
Thank you.
Well, while we were looking at Mark and that black he missed, Neil Robertson must have been having a worrying moment, because the referee was trying to get the pink on its spot. It just wouldn't go on. It's back on the black spot. If it had gone on its own spot, he may have been on nothing.
Eight.
Played that well.
Just wants to get through the gap, doesn't want to risk any kisses here. The right-hand gap of the 3 reds would be the better one. Somebody just must be moving in the crowd.
Can you please sit still in the crowd?
He does notice this a lot more than any other players, Neil Robertson, I've got to be honest. Oh, there's a lady just putting something in her handbag. That was the problem there, but she's stopped now.
Yeah, I mean, that's what creates the atmosphere, the theatre at snooker. You've got to be very careful and frightened to breathe sometimes. But it all adds to the atmosphere, and no place like the Crucible. Semi-final of the World Championship, 1 table.
$15.
Wow, would have liked another 2 inches of pace there to get a little bit closer to the pink, but could nudge that red into play here if he wants to. That's what he's tried. And hasn't... Oh, he has. Yes, it's well now. He's suddenly gone favourite in this frame.
21.
32 points behind. 3 reds, 3 pinks. That put him 11 points behind, so he can win this frame without the black.
22.
If he was to take pinks with these reds, he would not need the black.
$28. 29. $35. 36.
And I'm afraid it's at this point we have to say goodbye to you here on BBC Two. So my thanks to Stephen Hendry and to Steve Davis. But coverage continues right now. So if you hit your red button right now, you will be able to continue to watch Neil Robertson play Mark Selby. And Hazel will be back at 7 o'clock here on BBC Two with further coverage of Barry Hawkins and Ronnie O'Sullivan in their semi-final. So join Hazel, John Parrott and Ken Doherty at 7. All of us here. Bye for now.
From the snooker to Formula One, a question about Lewis Hamilton.